What, me talking about alignment? And once again, I get no answer. Hi, everyone, and welcome to Pathfinder. Today is a very special day for no other reason than that it is our 30th game, or however you pronounce that in English.
It's our 30th anniversary. We're old now.
No.
Now we can
Game's
all
been going on for a long time.
legally drink while playing games. Or
We
some.
could do that for a long time.
You were in the sewer, so I've been playing that sound music playlist.
Play the sewer song.
Alexa, play the Suez.
That's so sad. Alexa, play the sewer.
Don't say
Yeah.
that. In any case, hi and welcome to Pathfinder, everyone. We're doing session 30, and that's it. There's nothing else special other than that it is session 30.
Also, the day my Kickstarter launches. Go support it.
Wow.
You're
It's a move.
Before we begin, everyone, check that you have 2 hero points.
Yes, that's a good point. I have none. How strange. How did that happen?
Yeah, I was pondering that as well. I don't remember you all using all of your hero points last session.
I certainly
Like re-roll.
sure I used my all of mine.
Fair enough. Well, just double check that you all have 2 hero points. And once again, sure, everyone roll a d20 to see who gets an extra hero point.
That's a natural 20, Cobalt.
Yep,
Oh, wow, I got a 19.
which means I don't get it, I think.
Yeah, no, you don't. So
Means
Vice
you get 2.
and Wildak, the 2 of you roll the lowest, the 2 of you start with an extra hero point.
Hey,
Oh my word!
third
Okay.
time in a row.
Weren't they the
No.
ones that had it last time? No,
I had
Lex
it the last 2 times.
Yeah.
So, last time around, here in this crazy house of crazy randos, things started to get odd. They decided that the underground of Mergin is where the answer to their questions lies at. So they decided to go over there, do a little bit of exploring, spelunking, and then they discovered a few things. But ultimately and mostly they ended up being very little on spells and resources as they kept exploring, and they decided to retreat whilst they had the time and the opportunity. They have done so, went back to the city of Mergi and then the academy, and then decided to go around for a little while, just double checking their preparedness, making sure that they had everything they needed to face whatever they were going to find underneath. And lo and behold, they immediately went back the following day, less than 12 hours after their first foray into the sewers. They were back at it again, I think. And then down there, now poised with a map and other such things, they found that the undergrounds are more expensive than they initially thought. After defeating a bunch of orcs, sewer elves, and a lone tiefling who had tried foolishly to ambush them, they found a way forwards to a region they're not particularly sure where exactly they are, but they started to find people who seemed to be incredibly well organized in the underground. Between all of this organization, they saw some people mentioning the name of Lady Castenball, and saw some red folk, those elusive creatures from mythos that have been rumored to come here. Then they all started to plan and somehow successfully disguise themselves. Lex decided to get a trench coat and climb on top of Broadway's shoulders to look a little bit taller and like an orc. The classic two gargoyles in a trench coat maneuver.
Broad also looks like my twin.
Classic.
The spell, don't forget. So there's
Yeah.
2 legs in a trench coat.
Two Lexes in a trench coat. Classic.
Walk into a bar.
Knick-Knack decided to get some colorful paints and paint himself as a differently colored kobold. I forget which color.
Red.
He's already had red.
I think I mentally ended up choosing yellow.
Ah, okay, never mind.
He's a bronze kobold.
Vice used his polymorphic magic inherited from his ancestry to transform himself into a black and gold dragonkin.
What do you mean? He's clearly a normal human.
And Wildak decided to just get a random pickaxe that they found in the mines, throw some soot over his features, dishevel his hair a little bit, and speak with a somewhat gruff voice to seem like a very, very, very scrawny dwarf.
I'm the scrawniest dwarf on the street.
On the
And yet your
dust
voice is so deep.
mines.
Yes, mines.
And with those disguises in mind, they went underneath, or not necessarily underneath, but they went in this place, in these mines underground, under the city of Mergin. Apparently there's a big chasm with a bunch of Cosmore, and apparently there's a whole operation here where undead are mining the walls to extract more of this Cosmore. Apparently there's a storage room where they keep canisters of Cosmium stored and labeled and graded as well. Further on, passing this chasm with the mines, there's another area whereupon there's a bunch of machines that seems to be extracting something from magical items, food, and some living persons. And a new last room to the side where apparently whoever was mapping the dungeon took a break. This room to the side where there's an altar and some mad offerings were being made to a mad eldritch thing from elsewhere that somehow is being kept underneath the city of Mergin. Having successfully located one of the abyssal presences, and probably the immobile one, Wildak
Hopefully the immobile one.
and Knick-Knack were poised with an horrible sense of dread and realization now that they know potentially what they're up against. However, Lex and Vice have no idea that any of this is happening. All you know is that an elf and an orc, an elf commander of some sort and an orcish bodyguard, have seen the kobold and the scrawny dwarf and decided that they would be on transportation duty, doing some manual labor around, while you, looking stronger and having claimed yourselves to be replacement for the previous guards who have been offed by the quote-unquote rival guild, they have decided to post you on the exit to the room, whereabouts of here in the dungeon, and told you to just stay put and keep guard, keep watch, and make sure that nobody shows up. So,
Which is really easy to do when you're the ones you're guarding against.
Yes.
with that knowledge in mind, are you, Lex and Vice, doing anything?
Well, I think it's too late, but I just thought about sending Broadway disguised as Lex with them, pretending he's me, and so I could have a line of communication and tell Cobalt what's happening because we share info, but that's too late, right?
Yeah,
It
also
is
would
too
ruin
late,
your
and
sick orc disguise.
Never said orc, just said two golems, two gargoyles in a trench coat thing, but
You
yeah.
I'm
pretend
the
to
one
be
who
a
said
bigger
orc.
gargoyle.
Nonetheless, the
Yeah.
biggest problem with that plan is that you cannot physically be more than 100 feet apart of Broadway.
Yeah, I know. It's fine.
So you neither one of you decided to get some kind of communication system going on or anything before you were forcibly split up. But you, Lex and Vice, have been there at that entrance for what feels now like an eternity, but in essence it has been some 15-30 minutes. And there's yet no sign of Knick-Knack and Wildak.
In
What?
84 years.
What are you doing, the two of you?
Playing poker, I don't know.
I don't know as well.
I mean, you can always choose to stay put, but you're.
I mean, are we actually being watched? Like, can we just, since we're guards in that regard, would it be weird if we just walk around and have a look?
Um, not particularly. You have told to guard the entrance, so you're here actually in the Delicious Elves room, the room where you had a big fight and killed a bunch of people. This room here, you do, now that you've been in this room and now you can stay at it a bit more calmly, you can see that there's plenty of places for you to hide at, plan an ambush as they try to do with you. The lighting here is absolutely abysmal, and it's a broad enough room that you could make some kind of preparation of sorts. But otherwise, that's where you have been told to keep posted, and there's nothing happening in that room, really.
They will scream at us if we leave our post, right?
Probably.
Okay.
You get the sense that they will tell you. You get the sense that if something happens, they will show up here and tell you to do this or to do that.
All right.
But otherwise, you have just been posted there.
So,
Got any
let's-
ideas? Knick-knack?
I can't answer that question because we're very far away from each other.
Sorry. Will die. Wait, I'm with Regis, right?
Vice.
Yeah,
Twice there.
Lex
Okay.
and Vice, the two of you are there. And
You forgot to go Rusty way. Maybe it was Rusty too.
God.
Just call them.
And to answer your first question, no, you're not being watched.
Any suggestion wise?
Let's do something on why.
Unlike yourself? Oh no.
Probably should check on them. It's been a long and like what are we going to do here honestly?
Yeah. Hmm.
What?
Just checking. I mean, we can probably try to go after them. If we run into guards, I can just try to intimidate or diplomacy talk them into letting us through. That's a high chance of working, I think. Or just we wanna join the other two doing the same work. Guard duty is boring or something. I don't know.
That, or we change our disguises and just go and do stuff on our own. I don't know.
That's an option. Are you in your fox form? I forgot. Kitsune.
He's Durganburn.
Yes.
Eh. Alright, I can unshift Labrod, and then he's big, and I'll hide under the
And then you
thingy,
put him
and-
on top and...
No. That's no.
Huh? Okay.
And you can go change forms, and we can walk through. That's probably fine, right?
I mean, we still clothes the same though.
Yes, but different people with same clothes. We could have been shopping at the same stores, you know.
I always shop at the soup store for my
The
clothes.
thrift shop, yes. All right, let's do this then. I'll change Broadway back, and Lex is gonna hide under the big coat, so only Broadway is visible. So you know, whoever saw Lex is not seeing him currently. And
I
assume
guess I'll go hide somewhere and turn into a fox.
yes, perfect.
Alright, so Lex, your disguise now is being...
No, I'm just turning off the Eidolon change form, and Broadway's back to being Broadway, but nobody has seen Broadway down here so far.
No one
think-
that live.
His,
Yes,
he's disguised as being Broadway.
Yes, and Lex is kind of hiding behind his back, under the coat. So Lex is not seen. It's only Broadway being seen walking around.
So now your disguise is Broadway, but Hunchback.
Yes,
Gotcha.
Hunchback of Notre Dame. Yes,
Complete with gargoyles. All with this one character.
perfect.
So, alright.
Another Disney IP. What?
Okay, you have disguised yourselves effectively, and what now?
We go the direction that the two went off.
Okay. So the two of you, Lex and Vice, get here to the large and organized room. What you see is that there is a passageway to the right where you saw briefly that that's where the elvish man had told Nick Knack and Wildak to go to and get the stuff. But then you have been told to go down there to the previous room and guard the entrance. So you don't know what happened afterwards. You do see in this room there's some other people, some mercenaries just kind of talking to one another near near a table where previously in the previous day you had seen some people playing cards. Apparently there's not playing cards anymore. Seemingly the death of some comrades has kept them on alarm. You see some other people who are just there as well, mostly just organizing some crates and accounting them.
I think we need to go to the crate organizing section, right?
Oh,
Do
this
Just
we
the
know
guts
that we
feeling.
need to go to the crate organizing section?
is rather that this room there's a bunch of crates around, but the Knick-Knack and Wildak had been sent to the other room.
Ah,
Well, I suppose we don't see them, so how are we going to look for them without being too sus?
yes. I don't know.
You don't know, but who knows?
Maybe you do, huh?
Well, while the two of you are there, you see a sewer elf who walks up to you and says, "Hey, and who are you?" You're new.
Yes.
Today we will ask the question, can we pull off the same lie twice?
Yes. Slightly different appearances, yeah. We do the out of character. Should we do the whole we're looking for work and trying to help thing?
I think it's too late to be like, hey, we just wandered in here, we're looking for work. We have to be to make ourselves seem like we know what we're doing.
Ah,
No.
there it is. The thing is, we don't know, right? Where exactly they are, we don't. Just because we heard. Damn it.
We are just new here. We've been hired recently. Hello. My name is yes, my name is fuck. What's my name, Lex?
Jack.
Bronkenstein, of course.
Yes, that's my name.
Ever since the concussion, he forgets sometimes. I must apologize to my friend. And I am marble skin. Yes.
Ugh,
Damn it.
disgusting.
He looks at the two of you very suspiciously. I need the both of you to make a hidden deception check.
Alright.
That was very scuffed. You can't even argue.
Yeah, you're right.
They're not within 30 feet of me, right?
You do not know if that
Okay,
this is happening.
just checking.
Do
you
you
need
want
to
to
be at
reroll
least-
those?
Please tell us if we need to reroll, yeah.
You can't use hero points on secret checks. He looks
Yeah,
at the
that's a bit
two of
silly.
He looks at the two of you and he seems a bit suspicious, but more so suspicious of Vise. What with the whole calling you Lex and asking you what his name is.
Fuck.
But then looking
I
at
have-
you, Lex, then looks back at you and says, "Well,
Why is your hump talking?
Sir Marble Skin,
Yes.
why are you here? This is a restricted area."
It is attitude towards the vice drop because I want to try this reaction and distract him with flattery. I took this perk and I want to use it.
Okay. So I'll consider that your role then. I'll make it public.
All right.
The deception you rolled previously. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
You had roll of 25.
It's nice. It's nice.
So 25 way exceeds his will DC, so that's a success.
Ah. Empty flattery. Yes.
I suppose also might as well reveal that Vise rolled 6.
Wow,
Oh boy.
that's so much.
He looks at you, Marble Skin, and says, this is a restricted area. I'm going to have to ask you to leave if you have no business here.
So just we agreed to the whole we are hired and trying to get the other guy's plan, right?
Yes.
That was the plan. Okay. You see, we are the new recruits, and they didn't want us for guard duty because they already found some guards, and they said we are better off hauling stuff. And I think we lost the person who is supposed to show us around. Yes.
He thinks for a while. Huh. Well, that's a shame. But if you wait around for a little bit, maybe Mr. Sarif will be back, and then you can ask him. I'm just overseeing matters while he's gone.
Of course, we can wait here.
Ah, yes, he likes to cross his I's and dot his T's.
So, while you're waiting, you might as well make yourselves useful. You
Wait.
see...
While you don't have him, does that mean you're sans serif?
Shush you. But yes, this room is sans serif. Hence why it's written in Arial black, large and organized room. He... he looks at the two of you for a moment and thinks around the room. You see those crates over there?
Hmm?
We have been told to dismantle some of those crates and start making barricades. I imagine you're not here to do guard duty, then you're the laborers.
Of course, yeah.
Get you building some barricades. We need them around here and there, and he starts pointing some places in the room where they want barricades built. Apparently to make this place even more secure against would-be invaders, such as yourselves.
Of course, boss.
Ah, yes.
Can
Ones
that
that
be
use
noted?
fire. Excellent.
So he kind of gives you these commands and tells you to go and start building some barricades.
And we do. Yes, boss, we're gonna do it. And we're gonna finish until the... What was your name? Returns? I forgot.
Mr. Serif, whenever he's
Serif.
returned, I'll look for you, Marble Skin, and I'll, well, we'll figure it out whenever he returns. He should be returning shortly. Anyways.
You got it. And we walk off and stop building so he doesn't get suspicious.
Sure.
I think we're fucked. When that Seraph comes back, he's like, I don't know.
Sure, I'll need you, Lex, and Vice to make crafting checks.
Oh, no! No, why?
Well, here's a revealed surprise. My craft is my second or third highest skill.
Sure.
Ow!
Oh god. Because that's what he put his proficiencies in.
It's a +7, but I still rolled lower.
Oh, that's fine. This is a low DC anyways, mostly because you're not particularly building barricades from scratch. There's already some kind of do-it-yourself IKEA barricades inside those crates. You're just assembling them.
Oh no,
Where did you
but it's
get your
IKEA. That
barricades
means that.
from? IKEA.
But it's IKEA, which means that the instructions are written in Eldritch.
But you could. Did yourself, but you could.
So it's less of a matter of how well you know how to build barricades, or more so how well you can follow these plans, which is well enough considering what you rolled. You also pass off as barricade builders very well. Nobody even bats an eye as the two of you just start opening up the boxes and assembling up some barricades here and there. So,
no,
Right.
who sent the giant floating eyes out?
Stop it.
so while the two of you are busy doing that, Knick-Knack and Wildak.
Yes.
I'm going to throw a dog a bone.
The two characters with 6 letters on their names, both of which ends with AK. Things are
47.
odd.
We
Oh,
still have
yeah.
45 of them.
You
Yeah,
have
this is
seen
very strange.
you have seen The Room. It's a long
Yeah, it's a terrible movie.
Hi,
Johnny
Mark.
Wiseau's acting was awful, yes. I see we were all on the same gag.
the as you have seen, the room is kind of long. There are some pylons around that the rat folk are fiddling with. There's a tiefling who's in an altar chanting something, And Lady Castenbaum, who has now just picked up one of the canisters in the box we just brought to this room, opened it, and just the energy that got released from it is now being fed into the creature, whatever the creature is.
Is it just like being sucked out of the container into the portal?
Well, the thing is that as soon as the container was open, the cosmium stored within just kind of shot out, as if being heavily pressurized inside the canister. It just shot out. It was starting to spread itself into the air, as to, return to nature as it is. But then it got stopped midair and started to be sucked by the creature, absorbed by it, pulled.
As God intended.
The visible energy particles of the cosmium froze midair, and then they start being pulled towards the creature, the abyssal presence. And you can see the creature now absorbing in somewhere among its amorphous blob of a mass, and a mouth forms and opens, and that mouth eats up this arcane energy that is going towards it. And Lady Castenbaum says says mostly to the Tiefling more so than anyone else, "This one will do. Get your servants to bring the rest up here. Seraph, this will do. You can have your men take away that one box there. Those are depleted." And the sewer elf who brought you all here, you, Knick-Knack, and Wildak, it says,
Yep.
"Of course, ma'am. You too, come over here."
Yes.
Aye, aye.
And he just takes you to a corner where there's an open box, and you can see that it's a box much like the one you brought here. It's canisters, but all of the canisters are empty and opened up. So there's just a box full of canisters and the canister lids and the box lid as well as there on the side. And he just tells to the both of you, "Now nail that back shut and let's take it back to storage."
Oh, okay. I
All
start
right.
nailing it down.
Same.
So while the two of you nail it down, you see that the Tiefling Arcanist has stopped whatever ritual it was doing. You see that whatever ritual it did to bring forward to the creature only needed to be done once, apparently. And it is now commanding all the undead in the room to go over there, hoist up the previous crate you brought here, and take it closer to the altar, so it's easier to just open up the canisters and feed it to the creature.
Got it.
But you don't get to see
All right.
that for much longer, because as soon as the lid of the crate is shut and nailed back again, the elf, Seraph apparently, says, "Okay, now let's go back."
All right.
The Eefling.
Say what?
You called it an elf, but before that you said tiefling.
Tiefling is the Arcanist in the middle of the room. The guy who brought you here
okay.
is the elf.
Right. Sorry. It's
Sarah,
difficult to keep
Sarah
track of
is
more
the-
than one
is the
character
sewer
at
elf.
once.
So the elf and the orcish bodyguard and the two of you now go back, and you see that the crate, this crate with the empty canisters somehow is even heavier than the one you brought here.
But that makes sense. The just not pulling up.
Yep, okay. Those are some really heavy canisters then, if they are heavy while filled with cosmium.
You make me a crafting check, Knick-Knack. And Wildak if you want to
Okay.
as well.
Secret, public.
Open.
Okay.
The DC is
Open?
14.
Okay.
Is it 14? Yeah, sure, it's 14.
Untrained natural 20.
Woot
How
woot.
did Cobalt fail of all these?
By rolling very low.
I know, but damn.
Knick-Knack, you're mostly still just overwhelmed by the whole thing, and just there's an urge in your mind to do unspeakable things to Lady Castenball. Meanwhile, Wildak, you're focused enough, and you think about it for a little while, back to some cursory research you've done, and you think to yourself, obviously, couldn't be anything else. These canisters are made of lead.
Lead. That's what I was thinking, because that's the only thing that we know that blocks magic and such.
So we
And
really
so you
want
need
this,
to-
and we want
you need
to
to-
feed. We want to feed the black hole into this.
Correct.
Also, it tastes funky.
So it takes the two of you a lot of effort to hoist this crate up. How much is your strength? Your strength score or modifier?
Zero.
+1.
0 and +1.
Yep.
Alright. The two of you are gonna get horribly tired as a result of doing this, but much to Serif's displeasure, you bring the crate back.
All right.
It take you quite a lot of effort to hoist it back through, passing through the room with all of the
Machinery.
the machinery, and all of the rat folk just kind of running around, fiddling with the machines and doing all kind of stuff. Also, give me a secret perception check, the two of you.
If only you had 2 more pairs of hands to carry that stuff.
Well, I think that's what we're perceiving for.
Yeah, because I was going to ask whether or not we noticed them or not.
Well,
Notice
one
what?
of them's in a different shape entirely, and
But we've
I mean,
seen
you
that
recognize
shape.
Broad
We've
and-
seen that
yeah.
shape.
yeah, but we're not expecting it. It's more what I'm saying.
No, we're not expecting it, but
Seeing
we don't
what
know
shape?
what's happened.
Should
What-
we?
Vice
The
in
fox.
foxy shape,
Oh no,
and
that
technically
spell.
the silhouette is different on.
no, that has nothing to do with what I'm asking this check for.
Oh no,
While you're in the
this is
machine room,
important.
while you are in the machine room, you notice that the machines, which were already working and being very loud, are even louder. They seem to be working faster. The noises that are emanating from it are much louder, and you can see almost sparks of electricity here and there. They seem more powered than before. But
Is the things running off of abyssal presence energy or something?
Wouldn't it be easier just to fuel it with cosmium?
before you have too much time to think about it, you are being almost pushed out of this room by the orc and the elf. Back into the chasm room. You get into the elevator, and one of the rat folk who's around, he gives an order to a bunch of bones, which reforms back
Yep.
into a skeleton, who goes to a mechanical wheel and starts turning it, cranking the elevator or the cable car or whatever you want to call it to slide back through the chasm to where you came from. And once you cross the chasm, then then you walk through this narrow corridor back to the room you were in before, the large and organized room. At this point, Lex and Vice, you do hear this loud noise of clinking metal on metal, and you notice and look backwards, and you see Knick-Knack and Wildak coming back into this room carrying a very heavy crate, being told to take it to storage. But you're still busy building your barricade. Knick-Knack and Wildak, the two of you are far too focused on trying not to tumble as you carry this crate along. And the elf just stops there. Because one of the Silver Elves in the room says, "Sir, I need to talk with you." And Seraph, the elf, just says, "Take this into storage." And goes to talk with the other Silver Elf who called his attention.
All right.
So what do you do? Now that
I
the only person who was paying attention to you is being distracted, so to speak.
I guess we take it into storage, but I'm looking around to see whether or not I can see Vice or Lex anywhere.
Well, are we done with the whole barricade thing, or are we still doing that?
You're still in the middle of building them, but you can always, shout a signal of some kind.
There could always be more barricade.
True.
There's never enough barricade.
So is Lex or Vice shouting some kind of message to Wildak and or Knick-Knack?
And
Well-
paying attention to themselves.
Yeah, it's a bit weird if we give away we know each other, but I can try to silently wave at them and see if they notice me without making noise. Broadway just randomly goes, "Oh boy, these barricades do be heavy," very loudly without addressing anybody. Maybe they hear him.
Sure. Yeah. Since Wildak is looking and Lex is being noticeable, then yeah. Wildak, you do notice before you go into the storage room, you do see the familiar face of Broadway there.
Gotcha.
And apparently, while you were away, they changed disguises.
Okay.
But
I mean, I don't know what has happened at this point. We take the box into the Cosmium storage, and while no one is around, I say, "Hey, Knick-Knack, I saw Lex and Weiss back there."
Okay.
They were beside those barricades.
Right. I think we want a bag of holding to shove some full canisters into, and then we get the fuck out of here.
All right. I have to tell you, what we saw back there has totally frightened me. What is that thing?
I don't know. Well, specifically at least.
I mean, how big it was and everything. I kind of think Branislav should let the Blizzard of the West destroy this place.
And all the people who live in the city.
Yeah, he doesn't quite... Then again, if we know precisely where it is, he could just pinpoint strike it, I guess. But there is still a second presence that we don't know about.
Yeah, we have no idea is it going to be one of those things?
Well, it can't be nearly as obvious as that.
And how long is it
otherwise
going to
someone
be
would
there?
have noticed.
You saw those machines, they were going faster.
Yeah, are they running them to sustain the portal, or are they running them off of the demon?
I don't know.
Neither of those really make too much sense to me, but we can probably try and figure out more details in the library or something, or consulting an expert, I don't know. I am a little out of my depth when it comes to demon engines. As much as we've been running our airship off of an Oni.
Well, he deserved that, but this is bad. I mean, this is like major bad.
Yeah. Yep.
Wildak is trying to keep it all together and to remain focused and stuff, but you can see the horror in his eyes from what he has seen.
Yep, Wildak is definitely shaken. To the point that Wildak,
Uh-huh.
you, due to all this exertion you've done with the crate, you are fatigued, and so are you, Knick-Knack.
Fair enough.
But with all this fatigue, you feel like your legs are wanting to give out, Wildak, but at the same time, the only thing stealing your resolve is just the absolute sheer will of run away from here.
Yes.
It's the only thing keeping you mobile for now. But
Ah, yes, the flight or flight response.
what are you doing, the two of you?
Well, I think Woldak should go and get the bag of holding quickly, since he actually knows where the other two are. I will start hacking one of the crates open. And then hopefully he gets back by the time it's open. We shove some things in, and then we get the fuck out of here.
I look outside the door. Is the guy still occupied?
Make me a secret perception check, Wildak. You poke your head out of the door, you hear some discussions, and you try to look around the room, and eventually you do notice the guy who was talking to one another. Seraph is talking to another sewer elf, and the other sewer elf you don't really recognize says, "A kitsune and a gargoyle," and Seraph says, "A gargoyle? Hold on. Tell me more about this kitsune, because they might be the guys we're looking for." Now that I think about it,
Oh
kobold
crap!
Boy.
and a halfling.
Dwarf.
Hold on.
Scrawny dwarf.
Keep it quiet,
I
but
go back in and I tell Knick-Knack, we gotta go.
the Seraph tells the other guy, "Keep this on the down low, but we're locking up this place. Don't let anyone out." Meanwhile, I think I have a few rats to exterminate. And he goes and whispers to the orc, "The two in the storeroom, deal with them."
Rats, where the rats?
And you see that Seraph walks out of the room back towards the room with the chasm, but you hear that he gave the orc an order to exterminate the rats in the storeroom, and told the other sewer elf to lock up the place, whatever that means.
Yep.
So Wildak, armed with this knowledge, what do?
I go back. I tell Knick-Knack the jig is up. They're after us. We've got to get out of here now.
Do I think I can run with a single canister?
Absolutely, yeah. A single canister, both of you can carry a single canister. I'll say that each canister is 1 or 2 bulk-ish.
Okay.
Let me add that to my sheet.
This, I guess, will be treasure.
Yeah, I think each canister would be around one bulk.
I want to see if I can stick it to 50 bulk by default. Thank you.
Okay, so it's one bulk. So
Yeah.
one.
Yep, especially if it's got Cosmium in it. Cool.
I mean, if it is one bulk, each one of the ones filled with Cosmium that Knickknack is hacking open the crates, the ones that are empty, those are 2 bulk.
Got it.
Yeah, we want the
Two
full
buck,
ones.
two bulk would be bad. One is still okay.
Okay, so you're carrying the fueled canisters then.
Yep.
Okay. Knickknack, you decided to go and crack a crate open. There are several grades of crates. Which one are you getting?
The highest one.
Good one.
You went from 1 all the way through 15.
I want 15.
Okay.
Actually, no. I'll take the one we had because
Then.
now that I think about it, I don't know what direction their grading system goes. See, I'll take 10, or whatever it was.
Fair enough. Especially because after...
Actually, I'll take 11 because that way I can gauge what direction it goes without being too far off from what we have.
Alright. So you... Once you bring back the empty crate, you just crack open the 11. You check up, and as far as you can tell, there's virtually no difference. But soon enough, Wuldak shows up telling you that you gotta go.
Okay, then I guess since they're coming after us, we need to skedaddle.
Gadoodle.
I've shaved your poodle.
Mm-hmm.
So both of you, Knickknack and Wuldak, are running away with a grade 11 Cosmium canister.
Yep.
While trying to not be noticed.
So while they're doing that, can I try to listen in to what the gods are talking about the same way they did?
Give me a secret perception check.
Of course.
I'm there, might as well still do the same.
Sure.
Yes.
You are there. So, Vice, you're a little bit too preoccupied with this whole barricade stuff. You're thinking too hard about it. They're building these barricades to protect this place against invasions, and the only people who would be willing to invade this place are yourselves. And that is making you think, how should we build these barricades if we are the ones who are going to have to break it down eventually? So you're too preoccupied with that. Meanwhile, Lex, you are absolutely... Once you notice that Knickknack and Wuldak went into the storage room, you then started paying attention, and you saw Seraph going over to the sewer elf, the one you had introduced the two of you to, and they talked for a little bit, and then you saw him giving him orders, then giving the orc some orders, and then him leaving the room. And you did see that the orc just nodded with a grunt and unsheathed his weapon and is going towards the storage room. You get the sense there's violence about to happen.
I don't like the way he pulled his weapon. There's something off. We need to... I think... Shit. Fuck.
But I don't want to shit.
Oh. Is anyone currently looking at me?
No, not currently.
So the orc went to the storage room where the other two are, and the
Is
elf
on his
is
way there.
where?
The elf, You notice that the elf, the sewer elf that you introduced yourselves to, he did give you the two of you a look, but then he went to some other mercenaries, the one who are at the table on the opposite corner, next to the tunnel where Sarif went to the leader elf. You see that the elf is now going towards that table. You imagine to warn them about you.
I don't like how fast he's walking over there. Shit, we need to get out of here. Do we follow the orc to the room with the other two team members, or what's your plan?
Skedaddle.
Don't help them? Okay, just get out, I guess.
Sure.
I'm not saying we should grab a thing and carry it. We don't know what's in there, but just see if they need help, I guess.
So are you doing anything in regards to that? Lex and Vice?
I think we're trying to find our teammates and Skedaddle, yes.
Yes, so we follow to the room where the other two are, where we saw them.
Alright, so
Sneakily.
you're going to try to sneak behind the orc.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Wildak and Knickknack, the two of you are trying to sneak out of the room.
Yep.
So that the orc doesn't see us. But if not, if I see the orc see us, I'm going to cast something on him.
Sure. I need you all to go ahead and make me a secret stealth check.
Secret stealth.
Secret stealth.
Oh,
Secret
oh boy, it's gonna
stealth.
be fun.
This should be fun. Don't laugh too hard, Doug.
About what?
Stealth.
My roll.
Now, why would I laugh?
Small.
It's the buckle penalty.
Mm. Well, luckily for you, fatigued does not give you any penalties to this check.
Nope.
Yay!
Only AC and saves.
Mm-hmm. Let me just look at an action here. Okay. So,
Sorry, quick question. Where's Rusty again? Is he folded into a thing?
He is in a bag of holding at the moment.
Ah, okay.
So, what is currently happening is that Vice and Lex, the two of you, are able to, now that you've been in this room for long enough, you vanish behind the barricades, and whilst hiding, you go around the crates, getting closer and closer to the orc. You're very close and very well hidden. You are confident that nobody can see you. Meanwhile, Knickknack, you too are very convinced of your abilities to hide and not be noticed.
No!
Not be noticed by the orc. However, Wildak seems to just be fumbling. He kind of he stays in place, looking at one place, looking at another, hearing the footsteps now that he's inside the room. You see that Wildak is panicking. So Knickknack, you have one choice. Either you abandon Knickknack and get out of the room unseen,
I abandoned
Give me
myself.
Wildak.
or you stay in the room and hide with Wildak inside the room.
I can't just grab Uldak by the hand and
No, he's too panicked.
pull him.
So either you abandon Wildak inside the room, or you hide inside the room with him.
Shit. What would Knickknack do? I'm sure Woldak can just cast Sanctuary on himself. It's fine.
Doesn't make him invisible, but okay.
No, but it does mean that he can get out of this alive. Probably.
So what are you doing?
He is going to go. He's going to try and leave. And since he doesn't actually know where the other two are, he's going to look around for strange people.
Sure. So Knick-Knack then abandons Wildak inside the room. You just go through the corridor quickly with a canister under your arm. As soon as you get out of the room, you see there's a half-orc just coming towards the room, and you wait for just the exact moment when the orc closes his eyes just to crack his neck to one side and to another, and at that split second when he's cracking his neck to the other side and not looking, you slip out of the room to the side with canister in arm, and you duck behind some crates, and before you can even get too far, you notice Lex and a Kitsune right there, also being very sneaky. You recognize Broadway immediately.
Hi.
Okay.
Don't say out loud.
Okay, now that he sees that they're right here, he will turn back or meet up with them and then attempt to turn back and save Guldak from this nonsense.
Well,
Since
not
he's-
quite, because
He
as
might
soon as,
spot.
as soon as Wildak leaves the room and ducks under behind the crates with Lex and Vice, and notices, oh, okay, this part of the group is good, and Knick-Knack turns back to look, the orc just vanishes into the corridor.
So
We
So I'm ready now.
Alright, so... the
So
orc-
Woldak is with the other two?
Yeah, Wildak and Lex and Vice are together.
so confused. I thought Knick-Knack sneaked out and is with us too, and Wildeck stayed behind. Am I getting this wrong?
Correct.
I-
That's what I thought.
I think what Doug is saying is I slipped out. I didn't know where the other two were, so I got behind cover.
Yeah, sorry,
But
I...
Woldak knew where
Sorry.
the other two were.
No, sorry, I completely misspoke. Everyone under names is crazy, so... Lex, Vice are behind the crates, Knick-Knack went out of the room, ducked behind the crates, got together with Lex and Vice, the three of you are there in the corner. Wildak, you stayed inside the room, you've been abandoned by Knick-Knack, and Knick-Knack, when you turn back to look into the orc, you see him vanishing into the corridor, going into the room, the storage room.
That's okay. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Sorry, I got your names wrong there for a hot minute. So,
That's okay.
Okay.
My spell is ready. I'm ready to. Whenever I see him, I'm just gonna let it go.
so Wildak, you're there, holding a canister with one hand, or both hands, I imagine. It's rather heavy, and all that you know is that Knick-Knack just slipped out of the room, but a few seconds later, an orc appears into view in the corridor, and he looks down at you. His weapon is poised in his hands, and he
Command sleep.
he just starts walking towards you, and now he has to save against command sleep. All right, let me find
Good
his.
thing your DCs don't get reduced.
Mhm.
Lucky you.
Lucky me.
That doesn't work. Can I just try to sneak up and...
No, hold on. I'm just looking here for a stat block.
Alright.
Orc stat block.
Orc stats.
It's rather that I don't have the stat block for an orc right away, so I have to look at something in the ballpark. So they're gonna make a save DC 16, will saving throw, to see what happens.
They probably have a +2 or 3 to it.
Oh my
Oh
gosh!
no!
Jesus Christ. Oh god.
And
Ah, I
I
see.
think you used that?
I don't know.
Not this game, I
Not
think?
just the
Not this
this
day.
day.
No. That's right, we haven't gotten into a fight yet today.
Yeah, today your whammy is good to go. So let's reroll that. As a matter of fact, I think the clock might be wrong. But anyways,
Clock is-
I think it might be. I
Uh,
don't know.
Are you allowed to replace... Oh wait, no, you didn't do your portent spell.
No,
Anyways.
no.
Ah,
Yes!
Ooh.
the orc, he looks down to you, Wildak, and with his hammering, with his weapon in hand, he starts saying, "You're no rat, but I'm..." And he just crumples to the side. He doesn't even fully falls down to the ground because it just kind of crumples in the passageway, in the little corridor. Kind of leaning against the wall.
So now I use my agile feat for one action, which is the last of my actions, and I'm going to start moving, like power walking toward the entrance.
All right. So, Wildak, you start walking, you hop over the collapsed orc that's sleeping. How long does command last for?
6 seconds.
Yep.
Ooh. Actually, yeah, he rolled an 8, so that's just a failure.
Yep.
Alright. Actually, I don't think you can command someone to fall asleep with command, but you can command him to fall prone. Which is
Yeah.
about as good. So he trips
I mean,
and
it's
falls.
effectively the same thing. The one's funnier, though.
You hop over him, he's a little too befuddled with the whole thing that happened, and as soon as you leave the room, you start going towards where you think you saw Lex.
There's not a door here that I can close and lock him in, is there?
There is not.
Okay, then I'm just going through. I'm just power walking toward the entrance.
I think the closest thing to doors is what Vice and Lex have been setting up.
You turn to
We
go
are
to where
the
you turn to go to where you think you saw Broadway, and then you see a very conspicuous trio hiding behind some crates, amongst them Knick-Knack, and you go over them and join them.
We should go. We should go.
I
okay.
agree.
Sure. I assume Nick just quickly briefed us on what happened, so we're not losing time, right?
Yep.
In a sense of get out, not
Yeah.
every detail.
Yeah, in a sense of we need to get out. So
Alright. Yeah.
now that you're
let's-
sneaking behind the crates, still completely unseen at this point, no one knows where you are. Lex, you pick your head over the crates to look around, and you see that the sewer elf has finished talking to the mercenaries, and now all of them are standing up and going towards the entrance that you were just building barricades to guard against. And you imagine that in a while they'll be there to completely block people from going in or out.
Mhm.
But they are looking at the only exit from this place.
Got it. But not directly at us currently. Like
Not
they're
at
just
you.
looking where we're trying to get to. Okay.
I think
okay.
their main plan is to lock us in.
Yeah. Well, my idea was to just send Broadway to the opposite direction and make him make a lot of noise and distract people. And we're trying to run out. And once we reach down that yard line, he will despawn anyway. So maybe that works.
It would work. Do you want to do that?
I mean, what else? Or are we going straight for a fight with those two? That's an option too. But
There's a
I mean,
lot
our
here.
cover is blown, and I don't really want to fight this many people because there's a bunch here, and they're almost certainly going to summon more people.
Yep.
Alright, then.
And there's
okay.
also a bunch of people that don't really have any business being caught up in murder, probably.
Okay, so I just send Broadway to sprint out and on the opposite side and just be loud and annoying and scream and try to get everybody's attention.
All right. So Lex, you tell Broadway then to quietly climb onto those crates as you get over to the other side, and as soon as you are ready to dash and escape, then you tell Broadway to jump from behind the crates into the opposite direction and make a very loud ruckus and dash into the tunnel or wherever.
Use.
So you're all doing that, right?
Yes, that's the idea, and I'm waiting for and I'm giving the sign when we're trying to get away from the barracks.
Okay. So yeah, that's pretty much it. You give the sign, and everyone starts enacting the plan. All four of you duck into the tunnel to get out of this place, back to the previous room, and Broadway jumps out and starts shouting and calling everyone all kinds of horrible names to distract them.
Yes.
At which point, then everyone notices it's the Gargo. Shoot him!
Fuck
And-
the castle bombs! You all suck! Who else are stupid? Also, zombies, yes. I guess I got all the points right.
And since nobody sees anyone else, they immediately all just start unloading everything they have onto Broadway. So I'm gonna make a few attacks.
We should probably grab him in case he pops over unconscious.
Yes.
That's a good idea, yes. The free action to desummon him, but let's just try to run for it and see what happens.
Yeah, you ideally want to use all of your actions to run.
Yes. Well, I'm sending Broadway at the same time in the opposite direction to get to the 100 feet disappearing line faster. So
Oh yeah, that would only be 25 spaces.
So
Only 5 actions.
one of the Cyrils, one of the mercenaries was there. They cast a spell towards Broadway. 3rd level magic missile.
Ooh.
So that'll be 6 magic missiles, I think.
oh boy. I
Yeah.
should have given him Protect Eidolon. Damn it, I forgot.
It's fine. So that'll be 3 times 6. How much is that? 18 points of damage.
18.
Alright, that's fair.
So write that down. The Cyril mercenaries who are there, they'll just unload their crossbows at him. So I'm gonna make 3 attacks against Broadway. Well, the first is 15. I don't know Broadway's AC.
17.
17. So the first misses, just the bolt breaks against the wall. The second attack
Misses.
also misses. Lucky you. The third attack does
Ooh,
hit
that hit.
though.
Ooh.
So Broadway needs to make a fortitude saving throw, DC 15.
Yep.
Ah!
Look at that
Critical
go.
success.
What
And
happened when the crit success?
nothing, you're completely unaffected. But you do suffer 9 points of damage from that.
That's okay. I'm 61.
And the orcish commander who was there, he runs up to Broadway to just absolutely unload on him with 2 attacks. But the first would hit
Forceful sweep.
for 13 points of damage, and the second and last attack of this barrage also hits for 12 points of damage.
Alright.
So everyone just absolutely starts unloading everything they have at Broadway, who just takes it like a champ. But after this whole quote-unquote round of running down the tunnel, you were so far away that Broadway, for lack of a better term, despawns. And everyone is just left behind confused as to where did he go?
Puff, a puff of smoke.
But at this point, you all have run into the delicious elves' rooms, and you have a moment of advantage to plan your next move.
We need to keep going. There's that edge secret room that was in the delicious elf's room that went back out to the well, and we should get up and through Market Town.
Yeah, I agree, and we should close the door behind us.
Yep.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so you run to the well
Yep.
room.
The smallish room. Yep.
You run over there. You after you run into the room, you pull over the wall, putting it back into place, and you notice that from this side, there's no lever like on the inside to unlock it.
That's fine. We're
We-
continuing to go.
Sure.
We don't really want to lock it. We just want to like slide it shut so they don't notice at a glance.
All right. So you close it, and once you do close it, you can see that indeed this wall does kind of meshes far too well as a secret passage, and then each and every one of you just starts climbing the rope, getting out of here, back into Market Town. I assume.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I'm also going to assume that you put the canisters into the bag of holding to make escape a little bit easier.
Yes.
Yes.
Cheating, yes.
Fair enough. Takes you a little bit of time, but you do successfully manage to climb up into the afternoon sky of Market Town.
We need to go. We need to get out of here. We need to get out of here fast.
That was close. God damn it.
We're not out of it yet.
No, we're not. Not until we get back to the academy.
Yeah.
Well, they're less likely to figure out what we're up to, or where the fuck we are now.
Alright, so you're running back to the academy then.
Trying not to be seen by Elder Watcher at the bar, so kind of coming back the other way, blending in with the crowd as a dirty, scrawny dwarf to get back into the car.
I mean, I suspect he might not be up to date yet.
Sure, you...
Yeah.
Elder Watcher is always in the central square near the fountains, which is conveniently the easiest way to get around town, is to go to the center square and then from there go elsewhere. But he decides to take a detour onto the wild side of Mergin, going around the town to the cable cars going back up to the academy. You're fairly confident you have not been seen by Elder Watcher. You managed to get to the cable cars and board one
It's
of
the
them.
weekend, so we don't pay.
Yes, you board the cable car and just ride it back up to the academy. And half an hour later, you're getting inside your dorm room and closing the door and finally taking a breath after you have...
We need to get Rags here.
There's a lot of things that need to happen.
Yeah. could have gone
Should
so
I
much
should I
worse.
go get the headmaster?
Uh,
Yurganov?
is he
You're gonna
Nod? You got it
Duh.
right the first time. Congrats. I would say we. Fuck, I don't even know. I mean, Rags might have more information on the fuck. I'm not sure what Jurgenod would help us with a second, besides us just keeping him up to date.
By the way, Lex,
Yes, give me that heal. Please.
Since you're in a safe place, you can just go with regular treat wounds. If you want.
oh, okay.
Yes, but
Well,
this
I'll-
is more stylish.
This is, and it fixes him fast.
Sure.
I'm gonna unpack Rusty.
So you throw a big ass spell onto him, and Lex, you can recover the remainder of your hit points. I'm going to assume that Wildak finished patching you up on the ride up the cable car.
Yeah.
And sorry, Knick-Knack, what you're doing again?
I'm unpacking Rusty.
Sure. Gotta be better already.
Unpack that
Uh,
trunk.
Well, he feels naked without his gigantic mount.
Yeah, and I resummon Broadway.
Also, he would like Wildak to magic the color off of him, please.
Press the digitation.
Yellow be gone.
So Wildak unmagics everyone. I imagine Vice also returns to his human guys.
Not guys. Form.
I'm human,
Or-
guys.
God.
Guys.
Sorry. Okay, so you're back to your proper academy warden selves, as best as you can, and Knick-Knack has unpacked Rusty, and Wildak, you're getting both Jurgenard and Branislav.
I was going to get one and hoping that somebody else would get the other one.
All right.
Is anybody else going to go and help me?
Sorry, what? My brain
Yeah,
melted for a
like-
second.
Same.
If somebody can go get Branislav, I'll go get Jurgenod.
What-
Jurgenov.
Sure.
Sure.
All right. So the four of you then divide and conquer. Within moments, you're gather up at a place of your disclosure with Jurgenad and Branislav. And
How about his office? Because that would be the safest part. I mean, if anything, we could hide in the desks.
sure.
Gold flux
What?
magic. No, it's like lead.
All right. You gather up in Professor Jurgenad's office alongside Branislav and whoever else you wanted to grab along the way that was there. If anyone at all.
I can't think of anybody else.
Not right now.
No, I don't think Ash needs an update.
That can wait.
I'll be sure to update my orc friend that they have a demon in their basement. Later, but I'll make sure to do that. You don't want to work for these people. They have a demon in their basement.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You reunite with them, and then Professor Jurgenad is kind of he would normally be concerned for seeing all four of you reunited. There's always something going down, but This time, there's a certain expression in Wildak's face that is just abnormal.
Why is it always you three?
Professor Brenislav is also there as well, but he's mostly just taking a back seat, just waiting for until things are revealed. And Professor Huguenot says, "Why, sit down and tell me what is this that happened?"
There was a big tentacle thing coming through a portal, and a tiefling is casting things at it, and there's cosmium everywhere, and it's being mined by undead, and
Yeah, we found the undead. That's cool. They're being put to work, and they have canisters of cosmium that they're feeding to the abyssal presence for some reason.
they're pulling magic out of people! People!
And where is that? In the sewers?
Beneath their manor.
Beneath the Castenball
We sh-
Manor.
We showed them the crude map that we have that extends beyond what the normal map is.
Sure. With your annotations on the map, you could conceive that, yes, the location would be more or less close to the Castenball Manor, but not exactly underneath it.
Well,
Then
we probably don't
again,
have space exactly underneath it.
you're not entirely sure. None of you are proper map makers to be able to accurately map out things. So somewhere underneath the city and around. But ridiculously close to Mergen, nonetheless. And you're gonna think for a moment.
And it's big! It's big! And the big tentacles are sucking them. They're taking cosmium in these cans, and I showed them the can. And they're feeding it to it.
What was this abyssal presence doing?
Eating?
It also looked like it commanded the undead around to make its eating easier. I think that's what you described? Unless I lost track of who was doing what, Doug?
It's fine. You're gonna think for a little moment about it. So, there's just an abyssal presence and they are feeding it. Who's they?
Lady Castenbaum!
Was she there in the flesh?
Yep.
Yeah!
Apparently.
We were incognito somehow, and carrying a crate of canisters. They have rooms full of these fucking canisters. And she took one out, opened it up, and it's sprayed out and then got sucked up by a tentacle thing coming out of a interdimensional hole in the wall.
There's a chasm down there full of cosmium, and they've got the undead mining it all.
At this point, Professor Branislav speaks up, examining the canister that you're showing Wildak and saying, they're storing cosmium inside of lead canisters.
Yeah, I wouldn't open that thing. Who knows what will happen with that much cosmium?
So they're feeding cosmium to the abyss, to the abyssal presence. That's interesting.
Yep. And they had engines going that seem to pick up afterwards, but I'm not entirely sure what's powering it.
It would make sense that abyssal presences and creatures altogether would be hungry for power of any sort, especially when it is distilled and served like that. Makes me wonder, though. How do they get this cosmium in canisters you need? Cosmium, as far as we know, cannot be stored just in of itself. It's either within structures made of cosmore, as it is, such as the ship parts, and some living things can be fueled by it, like wormwood, for instance. How did you catch a glimpse in any way that they are filling up these canisters?
I'm guessing the machinery that's there. They had people lying on tables and they had magic items and they were pulling stuff up to it and there was like all sorts of electricity and stuff. And that stuff was going somewhere.
Yeah, we didn't have the liberty to stand and watch, unfortunately.
Oh, and there's rad men down there. There's rad men doing stuff. And they're talking to the undead and they're like making them cast, cranks and stuff to send people across on this, like, I don't know, undead.
That makes all love
He thinks for a little while,
Monorail or something to take us across.
and he asks, "You're gonna? Wasn't there someone here in the academy one of these days talking about the rat folk?"
That
Wasn't
was
that
probably
the
the
horse guy?
detective. No, it was the detective, I think. No,
And
I
then
thought it was the horse guy.
you're
it was the horse guy, the import.
Yeah, there was
Yeah.
a Mythosian envoy here who was wanting to exchange plans for flying ships. He also was talking and telling me about the situation in Mythos. And yes, he did mention some rat folk engineers who left to come to Sofok, specifically to Mergen, to work at the forefront of innovation.
They're definitely innovating.
Mm.
They don't seem to be particularly fussed that there's tentacles running about.
And then Branislav says, "Alright, so they're using the machines to fill up the canisters and they're taking away arcane energy that is found within magical objects and things and people and using the machine to extract that, but what is powering these machines?"
I don't know.
Who knows? It was electricity, maybe? After the thing got fed cosmium, the machines were running faster.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're running it off of demon power, but
Well,
they're making the refined energy source
to
and then feeding it to the demon.
to extract magic from something that is already infused with magic, usually that requires either powerful magic or destructive magic.
Well, the people there didn't look too good. They were all gaga and had spittle going down the side of their face.
Yeah, I don't think the well-being of whatever they're extracting it from was on the forethought of their minds.
What I'm imagining here is that Lady Castenbone is somehow using this abyssal presence to power up the machines to fill up these canisters with cosmium, mass extracting magic, cosmium from things to fill up these canisters, much in the way that you would perform your ritual to fill the worm. But of course in a more mass scale degree. Thing is, why would she need so much cosmium?
I don't know, and here's you another twist coming in. There's more than one abyssal presence.
And where
Sorry,
is
let's
it?
get the appropriate amount of drama.
Yes.
Uh,
Now there's two of them, huh?
And where is this second abyssal presence? Is it also underneath the city?
We don't know. As far as we can tell, it's moving around the city.
Well, that complicates matters.
Yes, it does.
Hmm.
We know of a way to detect it, but unfortunately that goes two ways.
I wonder now. Abyssal presences are, by their very nature, incredibly... What's the word? Selfish and
Alien?
chaotic.
Damn it, I should have pulled out the goggles and looked at the abyssal presence to see if it glowed.
And alien as well, yes. Now, what I'm wondering is... Are these two abyssal presences working together, perhaps? There's always the chance that there's more than one power at struggle here.
Well, when we find it, I guess we could ask.
Ask. You would be lucky if you still survive this encounter with your brains intact.
Yeah, no, it's joking.
Well, if they
Also,
are...
I'm pretty sure that whatever it is has taken control of Elder Watcher.
Really?
Maybe? I personally don't know. If it's moving around the city, he doesn't really do that. He sits in one place all day. I think.
What makes you think that Elder Watcher is being dominated by an abyssal presence?
The way that he answered a whole bunch of questions.
Do tell. What questions? What answers?
As the player, I don't really remember all of that. I just remember writing it down.
I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure it's just us asking him about the abyssal presence and then being like, yeah, if you give me the plans to the worm, you can go down and look.
And he confirmed it's down there in the manor, basically, without technically saying it.
I still don't know how that works. How that would mean he's...
And
Unless you mean he's fighting against it somehow.
Jurgonot says...
Hand waving, hand waving.
Jurgonot says, well, I am certain that his invitation to go underneath the manor was more so a trap set by Lady Kestenbaum to rid you four of the equation. Imagine that after what happened at the end of last year, that he was plotting all along to rid this world of the four of you still to some degree. And that Lady Kestenbaum was in it somehow, but they are together. That is a fact. But if Lady Kestenbaum and... Oh, if Zoldur is working with Kestenbaum and Kestenbaum is working with an abyssal presence, then it is not too far off to assume that maybe this abyssal presence is even powerful than a dragon. And is the only reason why Zoldur is working for it. Or with Lady Kestenbaum. Maybe he fears it.
Yep. Could be.
Possible. I mean, a tentacle took up a large section of a cavern.
Sorry, can you repeat the last sentence?
A large tentacle took up a massive space of a cavern.
The one before it cut out.
You're one.
Uh,
Who's working with who?
if Zoldur, Elder Watcher, is together with Lady Castenbone, and Lady Castenbone is working with an abyssal presence, it is possible that Zoldur knows this abyssal presence and fears it. It might be stronger than a dragon even.
Ah,
He fears being subdued by it in a combat encounter, hence why he works for it or under it. But on the other hand, it might just be it could also just be that he himself is working with Lady Castenbone to get all of this cosmium. It's not the same stuff as Titans are made of, but it could easily power Titans. And if it eats up too much of these, it could become powerful enough to attain all of his goals. I wonder why he hasn't done that yet then. If they
I
have
don't
the
know.
means to get that.
I doubt that he fears the presence because I'm pretty sure they're the ones keeping the portal open.
Yeah, there's some tiefling down there chanting at it.
Well, this thus confirms that the Blizzard was right. There is an abyssal presence here and a much larger operation is going on. One such that could put at risk the lives of every citizen of Mergen. No wonder he
Well,
wants
yeah.
to raise the city.
Well, and if he did, what about that whole chasm of cosmium down there? Won't that stuff like ignite with magic and everything and just go all haywire everywhere?
Cosmore even, as it stands, if it's embedded into the crust of the planet itself, then it'll just stay there. I imagine if it ever gets loosened up in any way, shape, or form, it'll just float back up as Cosmore normally does.
Well, there's a whole bunch of it that's down there, and I mean there's bunches of these canisters of this pressurized stuff. And this is either the midpoint of it somewhere. There's canisters and they're labeled between 1 and 15. This is 11.
Cosmium grade 11. We'll definitely need to do some study and some research on this. And then Professor Brenislav also interjects. Hold on, wasn't Lady Castenbone going all... Wasn't there a whole thing that happened a while ago where she was looking into buying wormwood? Or getting wormwood?
yes.
Yeah, there was a bad druid.
What happened to all of that? Is she still looking to wormwood?
Well, since her husband asked for the worm plants, probably, I guess.
And Professor Huguenot says, I imagine she has kept working into ways to finding a supply of wormwood. Those are few and far between, however. I doubt she has found any, even with all of her research.
Well, you don't need too much of it. You just suck all the life out of all the people nearby.
Though, I imagine if she finds any way to get wormwood, then she will indeed be able to start pouring resources into building her own flying ship.
Well,
And
she doesn't have the plans yet, but probably can do like a prototype or something.
if they have access to Wormwood, then they can start coming up with schematics of their own. The only reason why we were able to develop it is because we were able to acquire Wormwood.
Oh, okay. So it's not
I
that hard to
remember
burn a flying worm if you have the material. I guess that's what you're saying. Okay.
Well, they can't even research it because they don't have it, and they have no means of looking into that. On the other hand, I imagine that if she ever gets her hand on a flying ship, they have more than enough canisters of cosmium to keep it afloat.
Oh yeah.
And then Professor Bronislav says, and then they can get to the abyss in Corin that I was telling you about.
So
In
what?
Corinth?
In Corund, you know, the new continent, old, but that vanished, but then resurged. There's that new continent, Corund. Um, there's a pathway to the abyss there. Problem is, people who go down there never really return because it's literally a hole into the void at the center of Gundhr. So you don't really want to jump into the planet as it is, but if you had a flying ship, exploring the abyss would be a wee bit easier, one can imagine. But that's just a guess. I mean,
Well, I know she's not going to make the wormwood formula work.
well, that's what we're hoping. Clearly, whatever she's got planned is it's already dangerous as it is. Wouldn't be good if it were to succeed.
Nope, it won't work. We gave her the bad formula.
Then he stops and thinks for a while. Lady Castenbone, the Castenbones have a business of teleportation circles, don't they?
Yep.
Both you and Professor Yugonot agree with that. And then Professor Bronislav thinks for a while. You said that it spans all over Solfac. That got me thinking.
That what spans over Sofok?
The network of teleportation circles.
Oh, okay, yes, yes.
In truth and honesty, you need a lot of arcanists to make it work, to set it up and keep it going. And not only do you need a bunch of arcanists, you need powerful arcanists. And I don't know that the record of arcanists graduated here at Novarcana are employed by the Castenbones, but if they are, then we know more or less how she gets so many arcanists. But even then, she would need an army of arcanists to get this whole thing going. I'm thinking up on a hypothesis.
You share?
They're powering it with cosmium.
Exactly. Maybe she's using cosmium to power arcane spells, such as the teleportation circles.
That's probably
Oh
why
my
we
God.
didn't see an army down there, just a few people.
So what you're saying is, if you stick your mouth to the cosmium canister and open it for a bit, you should restore a spell slot.
I wouldn't try that unless you want to be so overwhelmed with arcane energy that you explode.
Or you might be sniffing lead, who knows?
Explosion is bad.
The lead poisoning would suck too, yes.
Mm.
I definitely recommend you do not screw around with those canisters and cosmium as it is. Not to
They-
mention you don't know exactly how it came into being. Maybe it's cosmium with some abyssal traces in it.
I mean,
Definitely
there's
don't
a
want
lot
that
of
in you.
things. there's a lot about these things that I kind of think we need to study so we know what the fuck is going on.
Well, one thing is to study,
we-
another thing is to just snort it up.
Well, yes, that was a hypothesis. Not one that I can really prove myself, but still.
Nonetheless, if she's using this cosmium to power up her teleportation circles, that would explain how they are able to keep such a... well, keeping these operating so regularly.
That
She's
would
got
imply
to have
that they've
found-
been doing this for a long time.
Well, I mean, there was a lot of cosmium down there. If you look down when we went over that knickknack, there were lots of undead down there mining that stuff.
Well, that's the other question. Why is there so much cosmium underneath their estate? Or adjacent to underneath it, whatever.
Why is there so much state above the cosmos?
I have another hypothesis. According to the charts you've provided us with previously, there's a ley line that runs directly underneath Mergen. Maybe that has to do with it. Maybe it's precisely the cosmium, rather the cosmore underneath the Earth that creates a ley line.
Oh my word!
Oh,
Then we know where a whole bunches of cosmium is.
Just follow the ley line, I
that-
guess.
Then how do they go across the sky?
Well, this is news to me as well. I'm just throwing hypotheses up in the air. I could be wrong.
Fair enough. I would check, but the cosmium is gonna kind of throw any reading out of whack. Also, I don't think they'll let us back in.
Yeah, they're going to definitely tighten up security.
We need better disguises this time, huh?
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna fall for that a third time, because
You know
you
the
two
guard.
were in a different place in different disguises. Whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess your job was easy since there was nothing to guard against. Since you were guarding against yourself. Probably.
I am my biggest enemy, though. Don't forget that. Sorry.
Why don't you... Well, this is kind of a... this is tricky, a very tricky scenario, but... Maybe we should bring this to attention with Mayor Mueller. I mean, this is happening under his town after all. The city, even.
Yeah, and we have a police contact that's been trying to take them down, which might want some of this information that we have.
We should do that next. Do we assume that the mayor is in the pockets of the Kerstenbaums? Maybe he even knows, or he just looks away.
I can't imagine he would know the details.
Yeah, but you know.
That is possible.
Let's talk to the investigator first. Maybe he knows about that part too.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. If we talk to the detective, maybe he's checked that out already.
Now that you
Makes
bring
sense.
that up, Is there any possibility that this investigator is the other abyssal presence that moves around?
Huh?
He is a tiefling, but
Where's that coming from?
Well,
I
you
mean, we
said
could
there's a second abyssal presence, one that moves around, and
we
While
could
the
ask
bus-
how recently. No. We checked that.
did
The
you?
abyssal presence did not enter the campus when he was here.
Ah, true.
Oh, well then. See, I can't be wrong about things.
Yeah, no, it's. I mean, I point out contradictions because, like, it helps understanding. Anyway,
Well, nonetheless, I would just be careful around. This is a lot of weird information that we're hardly even grasping at. Whatever is going on is kind of big, and the only surefire way we have of resolving the situation is a little bit too extreme. So we don't really have too many things we can rely on to figure out the truth.
yeah, I mean, I'm probably gonna mostly give him the cliff notes. Though I doubt when you have a demon hole in your basement, you're gonna go peacefully to the police. Also, when you have your own private militia underneath your house, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. There's tons of sewer elves. And orcs and the rat men. And gnolls, evidently.
Well, I
mean-
like it or not, I think it's a little bit hard for the city of Mergin or anyone really to stop the casting balls from inviting whoever they want into their manor. So, really,
Yeah, no, I think the fact that they're the undead and red folk that the detective was investigating are both there and fueling a portal into the abyss or wherever.
Plus, surely there's got to be reports of these people that were under the city that were being drained.
True, these people must have been reported missing.
well, that's something you can look into, missing reports. But
Fair.
I mean, you already know where they are, so
Well, I
Yeah.
do, but I don't know what a condition they're going to come back in. I mean, are there any students that are missing from the academy?
and Professor Yuganov says, "No, every student of the academy stays here at the academy under my watch.
All right.
Only former students who are no longer part of the alumni have moved elsewhere, and we don't keep track of those."
Oh my gosh, you could get grabbed when you graduate.
We have a lucrative position for you. Do you want to be a living battery?
I mean,
They tried to invite your friend.
Oh no.
They did. Though I'm not sure how magical he is. I'm not sure if they're draining magical capability or just life force in general.
Yes, good question.
Wait, if we throw the anti-magic thing into their basement,
You have resolved the anti-magic thing already?
no. That was partly why I got these canisters, because they're made out of lead.
Yeah. Well,
Because if we could get the thing inside of one of those, we could probably stop it.
that
Oh
is
my
an interesting
god,
thought.
that's amazing!
Wait, what? I'm confused.
We substitute a canister that they're going to feed the presence with the anti-magic sphere.
Oh.
That
That
If it
is
doesn't-
amazing. I
If it
love
doesn't have a
this.
smell and gives it away, yeah, sure, why not?
That's a great plan.
Not-
So
I'm
long
not
as
Oh my
sure how
God.
we would encapsulate the sphere and make it look like one of these canisters, though.
Oh my god. It drinks from the forbidden Stanley cap full of blood. Sorry.
Well, maybe then we need to. Well, that's a good plan. Maybe we can look into that. I mean,
I
Yeah.
want this plan to work.
if you need help, I suppose I'm somewhat invested in the fate of the city now, so I can go along, see what kind of help I can lend.
True.
All right.
I
That's good.
presume you can't dispel anti-magic fields, though.
Not quite, no.
Nah, I didn't think so. That'd be too easy.
It just turns it off for a while. But I do have Dispel Magic, so I mean, I could try that.
No, I think you need a sufficiently powerful one. Also, I think you'd have to be able to see the thing from beyond the... whatever. Logistics.
Oh, whenever you're
Got it.
dealing with that, just let me know.
All right.
Well, at least we have a plan. That makes me feel a little bit more at ease.
I'm glad you feel at ease. I didn't. Those big tentacles
Yeah.
will live in my mind forever.
If it helps, we can run an ice pick through your brain so it.
No?
You guys, we're kidding. These things are beyond strange.
That makes me think now. You've seen it.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
right there whenever
Part of it,
Lady
at least.
Castenbaum was feeding it out of her hand.
Good
And you-
pup.
You said there was rat folk and a tiefling also there in that room.
Yep.
Yeah, and there were like pylons that were in the room that the rat folk were working on, and then the one tiefling was chanting.
Might I ask, did you see dorms while we were there?
Dorms? No.
Well, what I'm thinking is that these rat folk can't live there. They probably sleep somewhere at some point. If you could snatch one of them, you could make them
Oh,
talk.
that would be good. That's true.
Just need a big line of cheese going to the academy.
Well, do you remember they said that one was sighted at the waterfall entrance of the water processing plant?
What I'm thinking also is that if this truly is the work of the Castenballs, maybe the Castenball Manor has a dorm, and it's underground, and that's
Oh.
where the rat folk stay at.
I can see it now. Us trying to get in there now.
So you're saying we need to see if the Casimir man has a rat problem.
Well, yes.
In
Yes.
a manner of speaking.
Yes.
So maybe the whole... I mean, clearly it is a trap, but maybe it's a trap worth looking into now. I mean,
Um,
if you nab one of the rat folk and the right rat folk, maybe they'll be able to tell even more stuff about that. We have some
I
mean-
avenues we could look into.
would they
Oh, yeah,
even
yeah.
fall for the trap after we had just broken into the place?
Oh, true. I mean, oh, well, I suppose... Yeah. Never mind.
I mean, you have other wardens you can send to just grab a rat folk from there, right? Doesn't have to be us.
And Jurgenat says, the only other wardens in the academy are currently on a mission aboard the Manticore. It's a ship that is going all the way to the kingdom of Kyria.
Of course.
Yeah.
They departed a few days ago. Had we known this plot a little bit earlier. But
Yeah, unfortunately, I think they left before we got back.
Yeah, it's fine.
nonetheless, this is... To a degree, I imagine it's best we deal with this ourselves rather than involve even more people into this for now.
Alright.
And then Branislav
Yep.
says, "Oh, I disagree. The more people get into this, the better. This concerns everyone."
Because they can run the fuck away.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
problem is telling people without causing
Panic.
mass hysteria.
well, not everyone, but I mean everyone who can do something about it. The only
Fair enough.
the only one to gain anything from not sharing this kind of information is, you know, the dragons.
I guess.
But everyone else that is not a dragon, they only stand to gain from having even more help. So, I think we should find help. The more, the merrier.
I agree.
Same.
Now,
Can we get like the king to help us? You know.
hmm,
Oh wait. Oh yeah, we could ask.
I suppose you could. The only problem is that, from what I understand of the dynamics of the city, the Castan Bones are very high in power, so you would need very compelling evidence that the Castan Bones are up to no good to, you know, get the nobility riled up against their own kind.
Yeah, and the eyewitness testimony I don't think works.
I think maybe it could be a good idea to look into this second abyssal presence, because until we know if they're working with one another or against one another, things could take all kinds of weirder turns still.
Oh, yeah. But as soon as we start looking for it, it's going to know that we were looking for it.
I mean, they already know you've been there,
Yeah.
so clearly
Yeah,
things have already
mean,
been set
if-
in motion.
if it's allied with the Castan bombs, it won't learn anything new. If it isn't,
okay.
it learning about us may not necessarily be a bad thing.
Well, I'm just worried about our ace in the hole there. You know, we don't have too many things that can detect abyssal presences.
Wait, you have things that can detect abyssal presences?
People. One of them will nuke the city.
Mm.
Oh, well.
The other one works at the academy.
Oh?
I think it's the occultism professor.
Was it?
Professor Shen?
Yes.
Yeah, the kitsune.
Ah.
Oh, good. Then yeah, definitely
They
do
were-
that.
They were the one that told us that the second presence exists, I think, and that it moves.
But it hasn't been to the school.
That too, yeah.
Hmm.
But evidently they can get into your head.
Oh, abyssal presences are known to be psychic to a degree.
Yeah, and that's how they get tracked.
Well. Never mind. Never mind. So since we assumed they're not using a lot of mages and they're not from the academy, there's no point in maybe looking into where the graduated people go, and maybe we find like a poaching spot where they get dragged to the Kerstenbaum thing. We ruled that out, right?
I think the only way we're going to find more information about that is going into the manor itself.
Okay.
Yep, agreed.
Jurgenad also says the graduated students at this point, they're their own persons. If you ever found them, I doubt they would work for free. They would probably just charge you something.
No, yeah, but still, you could try to talk and find out where the whole working for Kerstenbaum thing happens, but it's okay.
We can
Never
look
mind.
into that, but that'll take time.
Yeah, please do if you can. Can't hurt.
Alright. And with that, Professor Branislav says, "So, what is the plan then?"
I think we're going to talk to the investigator and see if he has anything else for us. And
Yep, that's our
after
next
that,
move.
probably go to the Castenbaums and grab a rat folk, right? Because
Try to.
yes. Right? Any other
That's it.
suggestions?
Sorry, I was writing things down. What did you say?
Since nobody else is disagreeing, I think we're going to investigate first and then trying to grab a rat folk from Castenbaum Manor next.
If you're going to be let into the manor,
All right. So,
but might as
several
well just try.
several many avenues of research have been presented. You can look, just study the canister itself and see what you can learn about it.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever good that'll do. You can also try and get the anti-magic thing already, since you have the means to get it to a degree. You can look into trying to capture one of the rat folk. You can try also to find the other abyssal presence. And with this investigate the Castenball Manor, you mean what exactly?
To look for the dorm rooms underneath the Castenbaum Manor to capture a rat folk.
Alright. And how do you plan to do that?
Good question.
With a burlap sack and some rope and cheese.
Oh, Lord.
Also, didn't you mention you were going to talk to the investigator? What was that about?
Yes.
Yes. Right, we were going to basically bring him up to speed on what we've seen so far.
Hmm. Well, that could certainly help. I imagine he is also connected to some potentially powerful people. Is
Yeah.
the lead investigator in Mergen, right?
Isn't he actually from Belden?
Wait,
Sure.
he's not even from Mergen.
No, he's from Belden.
Oh. Huh. Well, when you said that you knew an investigator who was looking into this, I thought it was, someone a little bit more influential. But
No, we were working with him because, the whole greenhouse incident. As I look over at Nick Nack.
Best not
huh.
bring it up.
Well, whatever that is, at least you have someone on the connected to other parties in
Yeah, he's a
Belden,
bit
I
of
guess.
a third party kind of thing, yes. But let's present it like this.
Well, sure. So, I don't know what I can do about all of this. Do you have any suggestions? I'm mostly concerned about this whole canister of cosmium and what I can learn of it, but if you have any ideas of somewhere where my expertise may be better applied to.
I don't know. I mean, there's so many things here.
Well, like it or not, I'm only one tiger folk. There's only ever so little I can actually do, so. By which I mean I can't do all those things. If I have
Yep.
no nothing I should be prioritizing, I suppose I'll be looking into the canisters then. See what I can learn about this.
Canister seems like a good plan, and I hand him over the canister I have.
Whatever.
Be careful, it's full.
Don't drink it all at once, huh?
I'll try and figure out what's up with this grade 11 cosmium canister.
I am removing that from my sheet
Sure.
so I don't accidentally explode.
Sure.
Boom.
When I explode, I do it intentionally.
Also, you get some movement out of the explosion. Yes.
Well, not at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I have an action and everything.
So Professor Branislav takes the canister, bows as he dismisses himself, and goes elsewhere to start looking into that.
Gotcha.
And Professor, you're gonna
So,
just think for a little while. And I imagine at this point, I see myself once again in the uncomfortable position of needing you.
What else is new? Am I right?
Like it or not, I do have a bit of a... I care about the city of Mergin, and I would rather not see it razed.
Samesies.
I'm with you there.
So if there's aught I can do to help, let me know.
Let us skip on student fees. What? Who said that?
That's not even a concern for like another week.
I know. I'm just
Speaking of which, your classes start on second day.
Yep.
yes.
I know there's more pressing matters, but do not be remiss about your studies.
It's fine.
Yeah.
We're urban fantasy protagonists. School by day, adventure by night. Standard. In a secret world of magic. Hooray.
Sure, Knick-Knack. Have a good day, I suppose. As for me, I'll
Yep.
do some thinking over lunch. And Professor Yurgona dismisses you all from his office.
Got it.
Okay.
So I guess it's back down to Mergen? I don't want to go there.
I mean, we're gonna need to talk to the detective somehow.
Yeah.
You can always,
Maybe we can send him a message.
yeah, you can always send a missive and get someone to get him.
There we go. I like that idea.
All right. You do send a missive, and while you're waiting for him to return, all four of you are there kind of thinking for a little while, and eventually you see Professor McVinder Fitzsmith coming up to the four of you and saying, "Ooh, you were exactly the ones I wanted to talk to. Hopefully you're doing good."
We're
I think we've
trying.
had better days.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, cheer up, it's the weekend.
I know, but 27 days left.
I think you got your date a little bit wrong. Mr. Heartbrook is 25. The exams are on the 30th.
20. Yes. Sorry. I was just speaking out loud.
Well, it's
Oh,
alright.
yes, the most grave of our concerns.
Classes haven't even started yet. And you're already concerned about the exams. From what I have seen of your grades, you're all doing great. I don't know what you're so concerned about. Nonetheless, I wanted to speak up
But I
about
don't want to have an A minus. I want all my grades be A.
Nerd.
Well, then make sure to study plenty. Nonetheless, I was looking around, talking with the astronomy people, and next 7 day is going to be a full moon. So the 11th, the 12th, and the 13th are the days we're looking for if you want to go fight off some titans or monsters during the full moon.
Yeah.
Don't
I suppose
forget.
researching some danger kitties is going to be a good way to get our minds off of everything.
Uh-huh.
Don't you forget all of those titans and creatures powered by Cosmium and all that arcane nonsense that Professor Branislav keeps talking about. All of those creatures, they get powered up during the full moon, so watch out.
Oh yeah. Oh crap.
Oh boy.
It's going to happen in the next 7 days.
Nonetheless, also, if you're going out to seek more titans, I have made sure to refuel the worm. It's ready. Just say the word and we'll load it up. Make sure that you're ready to go.
Alright.
Please do.
All right.
I definitely want to finish the upgrade before
Yep.
we take it out
And
again.
we want to go to that tower and see if we can get the magic thing, the magic sphere, anti-magic sphere thing inside of a container.
Yeah,
Well, we need some lead first.
I've been looking at your schematics, Mr. Knack, and they make sense. We are missing just a few final little adjustments, but it seems promising. Not entirely sure how that's going to help with the worm, but once you finish your research, just share your schematics with me, we'll compare notes and we'll install the upgrade on the worm.
I mean, the idea is to make it more efficient so we don't have to recharge it as often,
I know,
which is generally a good thing.
I'm aware. Just let me know when you have finished your schematics. I know you're busy with studies and other things, but whenever you find the time.
Well, hopefully it's before the end of the week.
And with that, Professor MacVinder Fitzsmith leaves you be. And about-ish an hour later, you're at just about the time you're done with lunch. The cable cars come up now, bearing the person you wanted to see. None other than
Oh, good.
Investigator Ben Welker.
Yes.
Old Johnny Two Hands. What a coincidence that we meet you here after we asked you to come meet us. That's strange.
Yes.
Huh, I can never tell if you're taking the piss or not. But you sure are a curious bunch. Nonetheless,
We've had a very busy morning.
oh, I heard
Indeed.
about it. There's a lot of talk about new mercenaries bustling into the city of Morgan. I wonder if you had anything to do with that. Seems like you might have, after all.
Oh, you don't know the half of it.
So we killed their old guards, and then they hired us to guard their place. It was great. It was hilarious. Oh yes, also we found all the undead and the rat folk.
In the
And a
sewers?
giant eldritch horror.
Oh yeah, that too. All under you-know-whose manor, approximately.
Wait. You found that abyssal presence thing you were talking about?
Yeah, one of them.
I assume so, based on how there was a tear in reality with a
Alright
tentacle coming out of it.
then. Is that what an abyssal presence is?
I guess.
Tentacles are a dead giveaway.
Huh.
The otherworldliness of it kind of seems to be the main defining feature. And the fact that it craves pure power.
What else is new?
Lady
And-
Castenbaum was feeding it pure power.
I'm assuming that since nothing exploded and the hubbub I heard earlier today, Mergen wasn't any louder, that you didn't quite solve the situation as it is.
We did not shove her
No.
into the abyss, no.
I would ask
I don't
you
think
to
she was close
refrain
enough.
from murder, if you could.
It would have been really funny,
I'm
but
sorry.
there was...
He has an odd sense of humor.
I've had a very stressful day.
All right,
But yes, I did also refrain for various reasons.
I'll disregard your momentary lapse of judgment, and I'll commend you for not committing a crime. Nonetheless, none of the matters have been dealt with. What about the rat folk? Have you been able to talk to them at all?
They seemed a bit busy fueling and constructing an eldritch monstrosity.
And commanding undead.
Commending.
Yeah. Hey, Bones, get up and turn this crank and do this stuff. Mine this stuff underneath the city.
Huh. I don't
Go
remember.
feed the Eldritch Horror stuff.
Are you sure? As far as I know, nobody in Mythos practices necromancy.
Well, there's a lot of necromancy happening underground.
What else is new?
And not just random bones that animate and ambush you either. Unless the restless dead are taking up mining in their spare time.
Regardless, did you account more or less how many red folk were there?
A lot.
From an idle glance, and I retroactively have sort of gotten a general
Was it
count of how many were there.
was it a dozen a lot or 100 a lot?
I think it's 100 a lot. Probably a
I
dozen
don't
a
think
lot.
that was. Yeah, a dozen a lot. It wasn't 100. I mean,
I don't
there
think
was the
there
one
was
that took us
space for
across.
100 of them.
Yeah, there was one. The one that took us back. The one that was doing the storeroom stuff that was going through, and then there were, if I remember the map correctly, whenever you showed us the thing, there were 6 pylons there, and they said the rat folks were working the pylons is at least 6, 7, 8. So somewhere between, I would say, 8 and 12, maybe.
So about a dozen.
Didn't you
red
love
folk.
how I make up that number?
Right.
Yeah. About a dozen. There may have been more that have been juiced.
Juiced, yes.
For Cosmium, that I can't tell you.
So
Oh yes, and they're draining people dry of magic.
So what you're saying is that Lady Castenbone is also kidnapping people?
Yup.
Yep. That is definitely happening.
Kidnapping people, probably
Unless
stealing
she
magic
somehow-
items.
Unless she somehow convinced them to literally sell over their soul for money.
Did you recognize any of the missing of the kidnapped people?
We didn't get close enough to look.
Hmm.
Or did Wildak? I think Wildak did poke an eye towards one of them, didn't he?
I did look at them, but I don't. We didn't. We were more focused carrying the box through.
Yeah, we were kind of blending in.
There was a lot going on.
Yeah, we were expecting, at least I was expecting, some comprehensible entity in a large room. I wasn't expecting, oh, there's this giant operation here, and they have a fucking mine filled with undead and a hole in reality. I was just expecting, yes, the next room, here's something completely within mortal comprehension.
So this abyssal presence thing you see, did it seem like the kind of stuff that could melt your face and dismember your body within seconds?
Oh yes.
I mean, it could probably... We only saw a tentacle, which could probably grab you and squish you quite easily. And if touching it isn't corrosive or something, which for all I know it could be.
But I'm asking you, did it seem powerful and or dangerous enough?
Oh yeah. It seemed very powerful and very dangerous.
Yes.
Do you have any idea of how powerful or how dangerous?
Well, it's getting more powerful all the time.
And at the moment, the only thing keeping it at bay is a very open hole in reality that if it so chooses, it could probably pull its way through and then demolish a building as it comes out of it.
More and more I think that time limit solution you talked about feels better and better. Maybe this place could use a little bit of cleansing, at least.
I mean, it would be nice if we could, target it to that area in particular.
I mean, what exactly is it that is destroying the city? Maybe you can target it.
We could ask.
Ah,
Um,
well. All I know is that I've been looking into the affairs of the Cast and Bones for a while now, and they are particularly grimy and dubious. The more I look into it, the more things get odd. It would be best if they could be stopped sooner rather than later. But
Yeah.
if Lady Castenbone has an abyssal present at her beck and call, maybe ensuring that none of that exists afterward could be a good solution. Make sure that all of that is dealt with and that nobody ever tries anything like that ever again. Because whatever Lady Casamone is doing, depending on how things are dealt with, if we are able to actually stop her, and we do stop her, there's always a chance that someone else will just pick up the mantle and keep going.
Oh, that's true.
I'm personally hoping that they're not the sort of people to leave notes.
You said there were pylons around and that the rat folk were manipulating these?
They were doing something to them. I couldn't tell exactly what.
Hmm. I wonder if these rat folk are clearly Lady Castenball needs then. So whatever they're doing is important. And she couldn't have done it
I
without
agree.
them. So
I agree.
Is there a reason they're all red folk, maybe? Are we overlooking something? Is the race
they've-
important?
And they've got to stay somewhere. That's why our next thing is probably the Castenbaum Manor, because they've got to be staying somewhere. They can't just sleep where they were working.
I can try and look a little bit harder into the rat folk in Mergen. Though I've already looked and came up empty, but maybe I can try to pull in a few favors here and there.
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to be out in the open anywhere. I think they're pretty much staying below ground, hidden, so that they're not seen.
Yeah, the fact that we have a confirmation on exactly where they are will probably help.
Well, not only that, but I assume these rat folk are using very specific things. Mechanisms or clothing, food, whatever. Something that is specific to them. And if we can track a supplier, then we can be more certain that this person is selling this to the Castenballs, and if it is shipped straight to the Castenball Manor, then we have a confirmation that indeed the red folk are there.
Correct.
That's a good idea.
And so, by the way, I just have to ask you out of, completeness, because, I like being complete and thorough. You're not an abyssal presence, are you? Insight check.
Make me a secret perception check, Wildak.
Oh my god, Erwi's there. I want to do it as well.
Same.
Go for it.
I just returned. I assume we're talking to the investigator, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
He cocks his head whilst looking at you and says, I don't even know what an abyssal presence is.
That's what an abyssal presence would say.
Well, maybe I am. I don't know. Depends on what it is, really.
I'm assuming tentacles like the other thing, but I don't know.
Well,
Well, we
I
assume
don't
it's
have-
transformed in some humanite guise.
well, I don't have tentacles, nor can I make, what did you call it, Terzane realities? And I don't consume pure magic as it is, so I don't think I'm an abyssal presence. If I am, well, all of us will be surprised by that then.
I was just checking. Knick-Knack.
I mean, we had.
I know we think that it wasn't, but I just had to cover my bases.
Sure.
Well,
Whatever.
I can appreciate you being thorough. I would have done the same, I imagine. But, well, I don't know how these abyssal presences things work. Maybe they're more obvious than we think, and maybe they're so obvious, in fact, that... Well, I don't even know what I'm saying.
They're so obvious that our brains just refuse to pay attention to them.
Yes.
Well, I was thinking more so in the lens of... It would be so obvious that you wouldn't need to ask whether or not it is or isn't. I mean,
You can feel it, right?
Well, I mean, we're looking for something weird, and if we remember, we went to that emo goth shop in Mergen, and there was like a weird feeling that was in there.
I don't know anything about that, but I don't think I am an abyssal presence, if that helps alleviate your worries and concerns.
Sure, it makes me feel better.
However, it does not make Vice feel better. While both Lex and Wildak are like, yeah, sure, he seems legit, Vice, you think you see for just a moment a smirk whenever he talks about tentacles and not being an abyssal presence, and Vice, you feel like there's something there.
Ah,
Oh
yes,
no, he's a
tentacle
freak.
porn kink, yes.
You know something. I can see it in your expression. I'll
What?
call him out.
What something?
If I knew what something, I wouldn't point it out, and I would keep it to myself, wouldn't I? But you know something about the abyssal presences. Perhaps you're not even on our side. Hmm?
Oh. Dun dun dun.
He furrows his brow and looks at you up and down and says, wow.
Yeah.
He thinks for a moment and he replies, if I wasn't on your side, I wouldn't even have offered you a deal. I would have just arrested Nick Nack in the spot and be done with the arson of Belden as it is. But no, I'm choosing to work with you precisely because I'm on your side.
Sure, but that didn't answer the question.
I'll suss it out. I'll try to suss it out.
Okay.
Suss what out exactly?
What he just said. This is
He's
fancy,
inciting again.
Yes.
More inside.
Vice, you look at him up and down with... He seems a bit aggravated by this that you have said. And you think there is ever so slightly a chance that you are somehow wearing down this mask that he is wearing in front of you. You think if you press further and ask just the right questions, you get to the bottom of it.
Or you fail 2 insight checks in a row.
Stop it.
Why did you say that, Colt? I hate you.
I mean, that's the reason why the checks are secret.
That's true.
That way we don't know whose information we can discard.
If we wait till tomorrow, I could get to the bottom of it. I could cast
mean-
Zone of Truth.
You say that, but wouldn't it make sense if a second abyssal presence is ever active when moving from place to place, just like you do? You'll never stand on my place. You moving every second, almost every second, just like it. Wouldn't it make sense to try to make up to us to seem like your ally? When in reality you're doing something behind our backs?
Sure.
I
If I
pull out
was
the
an
goggles.
abyssal, if I was an abyssal presence, then sure, I suppose that would make sense. But like I said, I don't think I am. And Knick-Knack,
Well, that is a good way to check it.
I'm not sure if that is a good way to check it, but
You pull down the goggles and look up at Detective Benno Welker. He reads just as regular as anyone else, as best as you can
Yeah.
tell.
yep, that didn't tell me anything.
I meant to lead him to the professor, and professor could try to see.
Oh, yeah?
Should I guess?
Do you want to do
Come
that,
on, come
guys?
on with us. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah. Let's take
yes.
this.
Let's interrupt someone's lunch.
Need to
Well,
screen you for thingy.
sure, I've already came up all this way. I imagine I could spare a few more minutes.
We'll give you a tour, I guess.
I've already been to this academy, but sure, lead on.
And this is the corner where they almost tossed Wildak off of a cliff.
So I take it you're looking for Professor Shen, right?
Yes, yes.
All right. Eventually, you find Professor Shen. The kitsune, he is there, and then he looks at the all of you who are there, and says, "Oh, good afternoon. To what do I owe the pleasure?"
We need to know if this guy's the Abyssal Presence.
He looks up at Detective Ben Welker, and the detective looks even at you, Wildak, and then back at Professor Shen, kind of uncertain what's going on, but slowly catching on.
Uh-huh.
And the Professor Shen, he says, and then he closes his eyes, and then opens it a short while later and says, "No, it's just a tiefling."
All right.
And he looks down at you, Knick-Knack, with a knowing, accusatory look. After being inside the mind of the detective for a while.
What? Oh, right.
What did you do?
I burnt down a thing.
Ha
Ah,
He says then back to you, Wildak. "No, he is not in Abyssal Presence. I'm glad to inform you."
Good.
And
We're
just
good
to
now.
prevent double, whatever, can you sense the second abyssal presence that's roaming the city at the moment from here?
yes, it's you, Knick-Knack. What? Dun dun dun.
Yes, I can sense it. Both Abyssal Presences are down in Mergen.
And there we go. Just in case one of you decided to be paranoid and think the detective is somehow masking himself, which is why he got away with it last time.
Ah,
Yep.
But then Detective Welker says, "So, you can detect Abyssal Presences then, huh? Maybe you should not be wasting your time up in here in the academy and be down in Mergen then." And
Well, but the problem is that once he starts doing that, they're going to know that we're doing that.
And Professor Chen continues, "And once the Abyssal Presence is aware of our knowledge of them, they might act violently. Which is why it would be best avoided until we are sure we can do something about that."
would the professor looking at the abyssal presence reveal to the abyssal presence that we know it's the thing? Or is it just like a silent screening?
It's a psychic connection.
Ah,
And
okay.
since demons or whatever are inherently psychic,
Got it.
once you join minds, they know.
And immediately Professor Welker says, "Are you the only one who can do that? Is there anyone else here who can detect Abyssal Presences?" And Professor Shen gives a very quick glance to Vise before saying, "No, unfortunately here in the academy, I'm the only one capable of doing that. There is another professor who is, to a degree, able to perceive them, but not to the same accuracy as I am. And so much so, he missed one of them. Professor Branislav only detected the one abyssal presence, the one underneath the city, who is the biggest and strongest amongst them."
Got it. Got it.
And exists only partially in the city, which is even more terrifying.
Yeah, we saw it.
The second abyssal presence is more keen at disguising itself. Also, weaker to some degree than the other one underneath the city. So no surprise that Professor Branislav couldn't detect it properly. But no, I'm the only one who is completely and fully able to detect these abyssal presences by forming a psychic connection with it. However, once I do, they will also know that I am able to discover them and that I have just done so. And that is why we're waiting and not going immediately into the city of Merging trying to suss them out as it is.
And since this is another question we keep asking ourselves, it doesn't happen to sit at a coffee shop for several hours a day by the lifts or the gondola.
Well,
I don't think he gets that much location.
it does move around, but it also stays put for long periods of time. It moves around, stays still for a while, but keeps going back and forth. I can tell that it moves, but not. But it does stand still at times, yes.
So probably not that large.
I mean, that might be. That's there.
Unless he only moves when we're out of the picture and pretends to sit.
Yeah, I mean, that would be weird, honestly. I was about to ask when the abyssal presences came, but I'm not sure if that necessarily gives a useful answer.
But to answer your question, yes, this abyssal presence could, for instance, sit at a coffee shop for hours. In the way that it acts and behaves, that I can tell at this distance.
Yeah, but we still have no idea at the person at this point. You know, we're going to have to do something more to catch the area.
Well, if you have a suspicion of whom it might be, you could always try and convince them to meet you at a different place, whereupon I could be closer to.
Yep.
That could help nail it down.
Yeah. I mean, that was the whole idea of trying it here. If the detective happened to be it, then, you know, we would know.
Nonetheless,
I'm looking at my spells for things that could help, but I don't see anything.
Alas, you did not prepare to detect abyssal presence.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't have that spell.
if you
Sadness.
have a suspicion of whom it might be,
Lady
Yes.
Cuss and Bones.
Lady Castenbaum.
Why not? She has teleportation circles. She can move around easily. And she is working for, and she's doing something with the immovable abyss lessons, presence. So that makes sense why she could be one. Also, let's not forget that Elder Watcher seems to be kinda under her in that whole relationship, quotation marks, they have. And he's a fucking dragon.
You, sir, are a detective. And Detective Welker is kind of reeling back from this overload of information, trying to keep it all in. And he looks at Professor Chen and says, Yes, I am. Originally from Belden, but I've been looking to the Castenbaum for a while now. And then Professor Shen says, could it be possible that you could arrange to have Lady Kestenbone go to Belden for a day and inform me of which day that is, and if I cease to detect an abyssal presence in Mergen, then we'll know for sure it could be her.
Oh, that's good.
Or at
And that
least...
way, and that way, he doesn't get caught. So we have an upper hand then. We know who's the second abyssal presence without him being alerted. That's a perfect plan.
Hmm.
And Professor Detective Welker says, I think I can. Like it or not, the whole... An event that happened in Belden a while ago has never really fully been resolved. There's a lot of lingering questions, and like it or not, it has to do with her to such a degree that I can attempt to call her down to Belden, though I don't know that I will be able to do that fast. Hopefully within this week, if I really call in a lot of favors. But I could do that, and then let you all know about this.
Sounds like a plan.
It does. It sounds like a great plan.
Yep.
This isn't getting resolved within a week anyhow. Unfortunately.
Well, if I'm lucky, maybe as early as 4th or 5th day I could get it done, but yeah. Definitely not for a few days now at least. And also I would need to rush back down to Belden and start calling in favors, then rush back here, let you know, and rush back down to Belden. So I'm there to receive her. So there's a lot of back and forth. Maybe there's an easier way we could figure that out, but if you don't mind, I would like to keep in touch with you, Mr... I'm sorry, what's your... I didn't catch your name. And then Professor, he says, Shen. Shen of Piavrov. As you will. And Detective Welker says, gotcha. I'll keep in touch. Maybe this will help. Nonetheless, do any of you need anything else?
Nope. That's it.
Alright. Oh, if that's it then I'll be returning to Mergen to look into all of this with Lady Kestenbone, and also he looks at you, Vice, and furrows his brow. Elder Watcher being a dragon, you say?
We never told him that until now.
We didn't? Oh, yeah.
No.
That
Yes.
kind of slipped out.
We have a thing not to tell about that.
We have a
You
thing
did it.
about Jurgenat, but not Elder Watch.
Are we saying this out loud?
No.
Okay, just checking.
No, I think Regis let the dragon part slip before. I'm not sure.
He
But,
did let the dragon
I
part
did.
slip on Elder Watcher, yes.
Yeah, that's not good.
We
We
but-
care about Elder Watcher part. I don't think we cared about Elder Watcher part.
And then he'll nod and say,
Don't mess with him. He could toast you.
We really recommend not going around sharing this information with anybody. We shouldn't have told you, in fact.
I'll see what I do with that. Nonetheless, thank you. This was incredibly informative and definitely has been leading my investigation forwards more than I could by myself. So, see you when I see you.
Of course.
All right.
And
Yep.
he leaves. And Professor Shen looks at you, Knick-Knack, and says, "Huh, the incident in Belden. I see.
Oh no. He does not know about the whole burning thing, right?
He does now.
Ah, crap.
Telepathy.
Do you
Ah, yes.
do you need
Yes.
help with anything else?"
No, I think we're good enough now.
Not today.
We'll be back, don't worry.
Very well then. Well, shouldn't even be asking this, but can I expect you to be joining our classes back for this period, Mr. Lex?
Oh, he was from the
Occultism class.
occultism. I'm currently doing something else, right? Am I
Yeah,
doing-
you were.
Yes,
You,
I'm at
you were
the,
studying at the temples last period, and the
I was.
occultism is one of the temples.
Wait, I was bureau at first, and then I switched
Yeah,
to thing.
You're
Yeah.
currently. You were in their class in the previous semester. Term,
Ah.
whatever.
Yes, then if I'm enrolled in this semester, I'm planning on going. Yes.
If I survive the semester, I'll have the thing. Yeah.
Well, if that is the case, then I'll be expecting you in my class starting second day.
Yep. So you done?
Otherwise, have a good day and enjoy the remainder of your weekend. Try not to worry too much. It's not good for the stresses. And
Yes.
Professor Shen dismisses himself from the conversation.
Professor Shen.
Yep.
And now all four of you are alone again in the courtyards of the academy.
What race was Professor Shen again?
It's no.
He's a kitsune.
Ah, yeah. Okay, yeah. And who was the
He's-
tiger guy then?
That's Branislav.
Branislav. Okay, I keep mixing
He
those
was-
two for some reason.
It was the guy with the werewolf friend. Except they weren't werewolves. He had the friend in the werewolf
And
town.
he wasn't a friend, he was a boyfriend. I mean,
Okay, got it.
I imagine it would help if Doug could do more than 3 voices.
Well, you're not a professional voice actor, so we can't expect as much. So it's not your fault. And you're doing great, don't worry. So what's the plan, boys?
Crash?
Nope. Yep. Crash is good. Wildeck
Yep.
starts looking like he's running out of energy.
Eep.
It's noon or afternoon. God.
I mean, there's no sunlight in the sewers, so we can go to bed when we want. I feel like our cardiac rhythm is
I
fucked anyway.
I don't think we're gonna go into the sewers this week.
No, I mean from being underground. You can get fine.
Fair enough.
Well, we could
There's...
do a bit of research before we go to bed. Hmm?
I think we need to research the danger kitty. So
Ah.
we can murder it a week from now.
Good. That sounds relaxing. Okay.
I'll work on upgrading the worm.
oh. If he
Yes.
didn't leave the professor yet, I would like to ask him something.
Sure.
No, the professor left himself.
No,
Oh.
he left.
Run after him.
I guess you
I
could
just
catch
thought
him before he
about
leaves.
it. Well, I go and do that. I'll go his way and catch him.
Sure. Your companions are still planning what to do with the remainder of their day, and you see that even though Knick-Knack and Wildeck are the ones who are actively fatigued every time they stand still for far too long, you see that their bodies kind of shake and shudder with the tiredness, and yet Lex is the one who's asking for bed, even though it's just past lunch. You leave them behind and run after Professor Shen. And once you find yourself alone with him, Vice, he looks at you and says, "Hello, young kid."
We're all tired, so I'll make this short then. I'm not sure if you have enough strength to face the abyssal presence, let alone maybe two at the same time. Who knows? We don't. Is there any way you could get help of ours to come into the city and do our job and try to handle with it somehow? Because, well, if you don't do something, it might become a second big hole in the planet. And we don't want that.
You want me to call Lens for help?
You have more memory of Lens than I do.
Well, Vice. Like I think I have told you, or not. It's particularly difficult to remember what you do yet remember or not. But you were sent here to Mergin to prove yourself dealing with titans and any kind of big threats. Or our clan is not particularly trained to deal with abyssal presences. If anything, it is something slightly out of our wheelbox. Nonetheless, you yourself have been sent here to prove yourself, and I sent here to mentor you and aid you in this journey, but I could ask your family and the rest of our clan to come and help with this. But if you fail this test, you know full well what will happen, right?
No.
If you fail to prove yourself that you're no longer a kid and now is an adult of your own, you'll be disowned of the clan from your own family, expelled from lands, and left to wander this world alone.
So be it. If I'm expelled, so be it. It would be a small price to pay if we succeed. The little amounts of lives we could save if we have everyone working in our side. So yes, if I pass or lose, it doesn't matter.
I do admire your resolve, Vice, but to be a kitsune without a pack is to doom yourself.
A life of one for the life of many.
I would urge you to not necessarily reconsider, but sleep on it. Think a little bit harder, and as far as I know, you're not going against this abyssal presence right away. You have time. And
And it takes time for people to travel, doesn't it? And we don't have much time when we look at it from a bigger side.
I suppose it would make sense that you would not know. But lands can be swift when we need to be.
Hold up. Weather. Something not right. I'll try to remember. I try to
Lonsdorf
remember
suggests some
if
bombs.
no, I try to remember if I ever had a mentor like him. I try to collect all of my memories to realize if it's true, or is he a second moving all the time who just confirm he can move swiftly? Abyssal presence? Yes, I'm paranoid. Shut up.
Yeah, we are getting stupid levels of paranoia.
You, Vice, thinking back, there's very little you can remember. Your memories have actually been stolen by Professor Yurgonad. However, Professor Yurgonad himself can vouch for Professor Chen if you were to ask him. But even despite that, there is a certain feeling within yourself, a certain familiarity whenever you're around Professor Shen. And you feel this whenever you're next to him. That even though you don't know this person, there is a familiar feeling about him. Or you don't know him as much as he knows you from before this year started.
Makes sense.
You don't you still yourself and try to remember, and even though you can't remember, you know that Professor Shen is not an abyssal presence, and he's on your side.
I shall trust this cosmic voice who says he's on my side then.
It was the word of God, after all.
Yes.
If you are indeed sure that you want to relinquish your birthright, your family, your clan, and become a lone kid in this world, then I'll respect your wishes, but do wait until tomorrow, or give it another day at least before you make such a harsh decision. I know you have forgotten all of it, but what you're giving up is your whole life. Everything you have ever been, everything that has ever happened to you, everyone that has ever cared for you. If you still feel sure about it, then all you have to do is come to me and tell me that you have made up your mind. And I will end my mentoring duty and call the rest of Lons to resolve this. Or help as best as they can.
We shall see in time then.
Thank you for heeding my words, young kid. Sorry, was there something else you wanted to ask?
No, that was it.
Very well then. Even though they're not your clan, your companions, they seem, well, somewhat criminally inclined, I might say, but
And a bit hot, yes.
they do seem like a good companionship to keep. I'm sure that no matter what you choose, you won't be truly alone. Nevertheless, I have places to be, so if there's nothing else, I'll be seeing you later, young kid.
And this is where we go to bed.
When you get back to your companions, everyone is discussing going to bed or doing some research, despite it being 2 in the afternoon-ish. What do you guys want to do now?
I think Knickknack is gonna just stick his head into Wyrhm engine stuff so that he can just not think about the rest of that nonsense.
Sure. So Knickknack is doing that. Lex, are you doing anything?
Kitty research. Other
Uh,
kitty research.
Wildak?
Wildak is resting because he's fatigued.
Sure. And Vice, are you looking into anything?
Yep.
Alright.
Isn't it like afternoon?
Well, I mean, you have been on the sewers. It's been a crazy day, so sleeping is warranted.
Okay.
So, Knickknack, please give me a lovely crafting check. I believe that
A
is
secretive one or a public one?
a public one.
Public. Got it. Click.
Public.
I'm re-rolling that,
Sure. Go for it.
and probably gonna roll a 1 again. I have 2 hero points, and I don't think I'm gonna. Actually, I don't think I'm allowed to use a hero point twice in the same roll.
I actually don't know, but I don't think so. No.
The game doesn't let me do it, so I don't think I'm allowed to.
Sure.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, indeed, your mind is too overfilled with all of this crazy abyssal nonsense for you to even attempt to concentrate. Nah, not your mind, you being fatigued as well. You're just halfway through the day. You just decide, fuck it, and you instead of actually doing any research or studying, you entertain yourself playing some kind of game with Rusty.
And no, I'm teaching him fetch. Across the lab.
You're just throwing a wrench and he runs after it. Go get it, boy.
Meanwhile, Lex,
Yes. What check do you need?
I'm looking to that. Hold on. Danger Kitty. It is going to be Arcana or Nature.
Public?
Public, yeah.
Oui, oui.
The DC for this is 16. Oh, there you go.
Easy.
You got a success. You know pretty much what you already knew just by observing them from afar. They're big cats. Big F off cats. Like, very big cats. They're the size of a horse, and they have bat wings and very long spiky tails, and all of that is already kinda so you keep looking into more things you can learn about them and how to deal with them, but pretty much all you can ascertain for sure is that they're big, they're fast, and they can fly. And
Got
getting whacked by their tails would hurt a lot. So that's
Big
not a whole lot
fast
of
flying fucks.
yeah. You don't know how good they are at grabbing stuff, and if they could use the same tactics as the wyverns. But you imagine them having like murder mittens instead of claws would make it a little bit more difficult, but you can't be certain. You'll be needing to do some more research into these.
Got it. Bring a big laser pointer, that's what I'm hearing. Okay.
But that is it for today then. At the end of
Yep.
it, all of you retire to bed to rest for the evening and just remark a little bit in all that you have done and all that you have learned today, which is A truckload
A
of
lot.
information.
Yeah.
Mhm.
As per the
Kind of
rules,
exhausting out of character.
Yes.
as per the rules, when you make big discoveries, you also get experience. So there you go.
Yay.
Aha.
Ooh. I can convert trauma into experience. Ooh.
So everyone gets your long rest, your rest even. There's only one kind of rest in Pathfinder.
Yep.
And Knick-Knack and Woodek, you both can remove the
It should remove itself if you click the button.
Yep.
Oh.
Good.
But I've got to change a spell first.
Oh, okay. But nonetheless, all of you rest. And you go to bed, you waken up refreshed and properly rested up from all the sleep you got. Albeit somewhat anxious over the thinking every time you look at the whatever passes for clocks here, you kept seeing each hour that goes by is one less hour you have to resolve this problem before the city is deleted. Or Lady Castenbaum does the big whatever she's going to do that you're not entirely sure of.
The big fucky wucky.
Nonetheless, you wake up the following day feeling rested, feeling proper, and the day is yours. What are you gonna do about it? Or with it, rather.
I would like to help Lex research the murder kitties.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because I've been good with wildlife rolls so far.
So Lex, are you going to keep researching murder kitties?
Yes.
Alright. The two of you give me nature checks in. Nature or arcana.
Can I ask Ash if he wants to help research?
Sure.
Yay!
Bonding time with your boyfriend.
Mm.
You
Hey,
find
do you want to come with me to the library and learn about cats?
That's such a romantic thing.
so as part of having Ash with you, you get a +2 to this check. So both of you rolled 19 actually.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Wow.
Where is it? Titans. So that's 2 successes, 2 regular successes.
Mhm.
So get some more information about them. Pretty much, you learn that these wyverns, these manticores, they're somewhat tricky to hit because of their agility. And they're also somewhat healthy, but about-ish as healthy as Lex in terms of hit points.
Ah. Okay.
You know that their AC 17 and that their hit points is 90, but you're not entirely sure how different they will be if you fight them at during the full moon.
Midnight. Full moon, yes.
I mean, during the midnight, the only thing that changes really is that it's harder for you to see them.
Yeah, I meant full moon, yes.
But yeah, they are they are speedy, hard-ish to hit, and somewhat healthy. So definitely challenging foes, but you think you have potentially faced worse.
Yeah.
But yeah, you both find out these things. Now that I think about it, you have not quite researched the giant trees, have you?
No, we have not looked at the giant trees at all.
Oh,
You have begun, but you didn't
Yep.
finish your research on the giant trees. Okay. It's just that they're closer. And I was curious. Nevertheless, Knick-Knack, what are you doing?
Knick-Knack is going to continue his work, hopefully without.
Hiccups?
Yep.
Roll me a crafting check. DC 15.
Yay.
Oh my god. Okay.
That's a critical success. Woo.
Alright. That is indeed critical success. As a matter of fact, also, I'll call this solution completed. You have perfect idea now of how to install this thing into the worm and how to do it. Problem is, it needs to be built, and the materials that you need are particularly tricky to find. So you're going to have to spend a few more days crafting the solution to properly install it. However, the academy, rather the workshop, under the guidance of Professor MacVinder Fitzsmith, will make their own steps forwards on their own, so they'll get one more success towards it every passing day. You can also help them to speed up the process, or you can pay to speed up the process.
I don't have money. Nor is the ship full of silverware.
So, the ship, or rather the solution, needs 10 research points to be completed. Because you critically succeeded your check, you already got one for free.
Yay.
Now you need to keep making checks and succeeding on them. DC remains the same. Or wait a day, it'll get 1 point per day, up to the 10. Or you can pay 20 gold pieces per point. So a total of 200 gold pieces to get it completed. Expediently.
Yep. Pretty
Or-
expensive.
Or 180, since you already got 1 point for free there.
Still twice as much money as I have in my inventory, and I still have to pay for school fees.
But this is a process that technically benefits everyone, so you can always ask your party mates eventually to fund your research thing.
Yeah, no.
And lastly, Vice, what do you want to do with your free day?
Procrastination. But no, I'll help to research the kitty.
Alright, so give me an Arcana or Nature check.
So, I think I'd like to help Knick-Knack instead.
ah,
That'll be a crafting, DC 15.
right,
Yes, I
do
think
that.
it will be good to split the effort, especially since my crafting is +7.
That's good.
Alright.
Clicky clack, clack, that's huzzah. Here you go.
Ooh, critical success. So get 2 more points
Of
towards
course
that.
it's good. I made it.
Sorry.
So 3 out of 10 towards the thing being completed. The two of you spend this wonderful first day at the workshop, just hammering away at the worm, all kinds of pieces of metal and bent cosmore that are shaping into some kind of funnel dish thing that is going to collect energy from the ley line and fuel the worm with it. And once that is done, it's evening time. It's far too late in the day for you to get anything done insofar as research or productivity, but is there anything you want to do before the day is out?
We should talk to your friend Knick-Knack and make sure that he doesn't go down there. I'd hate to have stuff sucked out of him.
I mean, I think I convinced him, but I'll probably see him in class tomorrow anyway.
So are you doing anything else with the remainder of your last day of vacation?
Last day as a free man. Nah.
Alright then. So this is it. All of you say goodbye to your summer vacations and go to bed. Expecting to wake...
And our gold.
And your what?
And our gold.
That's true. You wake up early the following day to first day, or rather to second day, the 7th, where classes for the 4th period start. Everyone starts shuffling around the academy to go to the classes that they have already signed up for. Some people, the halls are filling with more people than you have seen being around this past couple of weeks, whensoever you were at the academy. Many of the students that you have not been seeing have returned from traveling elsewhere abroad to see their families and whoever else's. But most importantly, all of you have gone early to class to sign up for whatever you're going to be studying this period. So, let's go down the list. Lex, which division are you joining for this period?
Remembering that you did technically promise that you would do the occult temple thing. Oh
Lex,
no,
are you among us?
he's melted. Are you among the living?
Mellows? Well, while we wait on him, Knick-Knack, what are you joining this period?
Actually, contemplating.
So your options are the range, the bureau, the workshop, the temples, and the sanatorium.
Yeah, as much as I have characters, whole thing is the workshop. I've kind of eaten their feats out of house and home, especially since the associated skills are crafting and survival, so skill increase isn't that useful to me. So,
While you make up your mind, Vice, which one of the classes are you joining?
Warden calls away.
Okay, so the range again. Right?
Yep.
Wildak,
Back to the temples with me.
which one?
The temples?
The temples, they are divided into the... Oh no, there are but aren't, really enough.
yeah. You say that they are, but mechanically they aren't.
Yeah, mechanically they aren't. So the temples, and I take it you're going to religion class.
That is correct.
All right.
He's repented from the sanatorium.
After, yeah, you helped this.
Hey,
2
I
months.
put my time in there. I made sure everybody made it from Belden.
Yeah, there we go. You're back at studying theological mysticism under Professor Irelma.
Yep.
Well, Professor Machado, actually. All right. And Knick-Knack, have you made up your mind?
Nope.
Lex, are you back?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. What class are you taking for this period?
What? What?
What class?
are you joining?
Sanatorium, temples, workshop.
Occult temple, yes.
Okay, so you're also joining the temples again. Hey, let me write this down.
Yeah, I already have that feat.
Okay.
Cool.
And Knick-Knack.
No, it turns out the other things aren't as useful either, so I think I'll just end up skill feat of the appropriate thing. So the workshop it is.
Back to the workshop with you. So, all right. The first day of all of you sign up for your classes, and you do go to have your first day of class. At which your professors they welcome you back into class, and they remind you to go and pay the tuition fee sooner rather than later, not to leave it for too late, because then bureaucracy can get the best of you and you might end up missing on your exam, and that could be bad. Reminding all of the students who are a little bit behind with their studies that on the 15th, is it? There will be a recovery exam for people who are still behind in classes. But otherwise,
And
go on.
and then remembering with some amount of dread that I think Claire has moved to the temple class.
Yes.
Has she?
I
Did
think
you say
so.
that?
I think she was giving up on the bureau,
The bureau?
because she kept failing.
Because the
yeah.
professor was out to get her.
Ah, that was it. Yes.
All right.
Isn't it bad that we keep track of Claire, but we lose track of the big bad evil?
She is more important than the bad evil guy.
Well, considering that she had asked you to talk with Professor Yurgonod about her and the bureau, and you didn't.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot.
We had a big day busy destroying demons.
Don't ask what we did.
She is less than keen to return to the bureau, but she does anyways out of spite, in the hopes that she'll manage to somehow escape from Professor Pitacos' class and sneak into Professor Stratatul's class.
I would actually like to go and talk to Jurgenod and see if I can get her out of her prior class into the better class for her, so that at least it's not just
Sure. You do that after class. Actually.
Yep.
So in class, you go and see Professor Irelma Machado, the halfling. She welcomes all of you back. You see some familiar faces here and there. She welcomes you back, Wildak.
Oh, yes, I finished at the sanatorium. All those people from Belden needed assistance.
And she says, "It is remarkable that you decided to go and help them at the sanatorium. As much as we learn about theological mysticism and the deities, the almighties, as big as they're powerful, as big and powerful as their gifts are, and how much they give to us, very little changes. We should still hope that good comes from our fellow men and not from the Almighty's exclusively. So we should all take a page from Mr. Hartbrooks' book and take some time from theology to help those in need in our community.
Take some time and multiclass into medic.
So, other than that, is your regular theological mysticism nonsense that you're kind of used to at this point.
Yep.
Pretty much. Yes, let's talk about the Almighties again. This period we'll be talking about the Urg de Brom, how to spell it, and
Fortunately,
Speaking of
I
that-
did it in advance.
Do you know anything about abyssal presences?
Totally random question.
Professor Machado thinks for a while. This whole talk of abyssal presence has been going on around the academy this past few days, but no, I haven't particularly looked into it before. I think some time ago in my studies I came across that, but it's in a lot of abyssal presence and talks of the abyss overlaps with the study of Eaglebath, and like it or not, we don't really do studies on Eaglebath here in Sofak.
Well, I mean, I understand, not following his practices or anything, but why not study him?
We study to some degree only the very surface of everything to do with Eaglebath, but mostly we don't because it is outlawed in Sofak to study that.
Well, there we go.
If you want to properly study more about Eaglebath and his teachings, you should. Well, I'm not going to say that you should, but if you want to, then you would do well to look into joining the halls in Linia.
Got it.
Not the holes in Ligma.
Afterwards, Lex, you
Yeah.
once again go to the classroom that looks an awful lot like a dungeon to have classes with Professor Shen of Piavrov. The Kitsune is now back to talking about the occult. And lo and behold, he does already breaks the ice by saying, I assume a lot of you have been hearing talk about abyssal presences this past few days. Those of you who have been around campus and those who have not will probably hear a lot about it. Nonetheless, I believe we should stop focusing so much on these talks of inane things such as abyssal presences and talk more about how to ward oneself against this. So, let's talk about the abyss itself. To understand where all of this comes from, so you stop spreading misinformation about the abyss. I have heard too much wrong information about the abyss this past few days, and I would like to rectify that. So, this is what we're going to be studying here this period. And he goes on about that. Knick-knack. Back at the workshop, you see your... Nothing has changed.
Yes, sorry, I was about to say thank you, Professor Snape.
Grangak is still there, and so is Lois.
Yep.
Family Guy.
Both of them are there. Both of them are still doing the same things they've been doing all along. And not much has changed, except that Grangak kinda comes up to you and says, So, How was the vacation?
It was okay until like the last week, I must say.
Eh, gotta say, I feel the same way. But it's alright. I mean, like it or not, there's very little you can actually enjoy vacation when it's summer beating down on you, right? I mean, I don't know how much you would know about it, but I get a feeling you share the same pain as I do. Because, it's summer, the sun is beating down on you, and you have a metal arm, or you're riding on a metal companion. You're bound to get sore here and there.
Yeah, as much as I have leather, and a saddle, it doesn't quite help all the time. It's very sticky.
Oh, I guess I do have a little bit of an advantage over you. I can always just, disconnect my arm and live inside a big bucket of water. Should try doing that with Rusty.
I had enough problems getting him out of a well recently. I'd rather not.
I see, someone had the same idea as I.
In a manner of speaking.
Hmm. And other than that, he just keeps chit-chatting with you all throughout the class. But nonetheless, it is a productive day at class. Anyways.
I might broach the subject of whether or not he did end up working with the Gaston bombs.
At the end of the day, it says, I kinda needed some cash to pay for the exam again, and well, thankfully I got a lot of cash from you. What with selling some formulas I had, and that gave me an idea. I actually just started going to the market and peddling for formulas and going to workshops, doing some apprentices here and there. There wasn't a lot I could do over, a few days, but I managed to scrounge up enough. And well, you told me not to work with the Gaston bones, so I didn't. I mean,
Yeah,
the cash that they were offering was very tempting, but still.
I'm honestly not sure if it would be worth it, considering what I've seen in the past week.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you always have some kind of like, how do I call it? Like a monotone way in which you talk things. You express how you feel about those things less so in the tone of your voice and more so in the words and adjectives you use, and the way you talk about Castamone is always kind of grim and macabre. So, I don't know. Something just compelled me to heed your warning and not work up with them. Then again, 10 gold pieces a day is a lot of money.
That's right, I didn't get paid.
Hmm?
No, nothing.
Huh, in any case. Summer's gonna be a bitch, but let's see what we can do about it. And then, class goes on, and every now and then, Professor McVander Fitzsmith has to open up the door to let some fresh air in through. Even though ideally you don't work on a workshop with the doors open in case weird stuff happens. But the biggest change that happens to any of the classes is with you, Vice, at the range.
Ooh.
All of your colleagues are there. You know them. Valim is there, still gracious as ever. Olawong is also there. Still also as ungracious as ever. What's his name? Morich also's there. Kinda seems to have gotten a bit more friendly with your with your companions over the vacation, and this almost seems like an adventuring party in its own right. Morich, Valim, and Olawong alongside with you now. You can at any time you want just abandon those other buffoons you keep hanging out with, those wardens, and just join this group here, the range people. But the biggest change that comes to class is whenever all of you are sitting there just waiting for Professor Higo to show up, and he doesn't. Instead, who shows up is none other than Branislav. He walks up to everyone in his heavy coat and looks left and right to all the students and says, "So, some of you might be wondering who I am and why I'm here. As it happens, your professor, your former professor that is, Higgle, has been fired from the academy for lack of a better term. He will not be returning, so don't worry about him.
I
Instead,
thought he made up for his poor ways of teaching, but apparently not.
who will be teaching you the ways of fighting titans and surviving out in the field and not dying is I, Chateau Branislav. I'll be your new teacher here at the range. Pleasure to meet each and every one of you, including the familiar faces I've been already talking to during my time here at Nova Arcana. So, why are we here at the range? To avoid these. And he shows his scorched hands. Out in the field, you don't know what's going to hit you and what's going to strike you, so let's get started with some practices. Don't get scorched, kids. And then he just outstretches his hands and just starts shooting a bunch of firebolts at the students
Oh Lord!
Oh boy.
to see how good you are avoiding this. And at the end of the day, you have never done as much workout in the range as you have done today with Professor Branislav, and to a certain degree you shudder to think how chaotic it'll be for the next month to learn the ways of being a warden under Professor Branislav. But it definitely seems more in depth than whatever Professor Higgle has been teaching you thus far. And after classes are done, everyone's nerd bonus increases to +1.
But mine isn't plus. Mine wasn't 0.
And
I kept half of mine.
yours, Knick-Knack, is +3. And you get your first
Yay.
peep towards a +4. And after class is over, Wildak, you once again show up at Professor Yurgonodz's office.
Okay.
You wanted to talk about the Claire issue?
Yes.
He opens up the door and sees you, and it's like,
It's not worth shaking at this time.
Mr. Heartbrook, I assume you're here to pay your tuition for this month.
That's coming up. I'm a little short at the moment, but I'm going to see if we've got some in our joint savings. But I wanted to ask you something about Claire, if I could.
You mean Miss Goatshield?
Yes, Mrs. Coldshield. She's convinced that her instructor is kind of out to get her, and she's wondering if she can get moved to the other class. And I said I would ask.
Kirin Pitakos.
Yes.
Well, I never had any reason to doubt that Pitakos' teaching method would be anything odd. He has some oddities about himself, but I imagine most of it comes with being a centaur, so... Well... Not that Professor Stratatu is any better. You know, rat folk from Mythos, they talk differently, they act differently, it's... But if Mrs. Kocho wants to be in Professor Stratatu's class, I suppose that's the least we can do. Maybe that'll knock some sense into the girl and she'll start passing her
I'm
classes.
hoping so. We've tried to help her every way.
Very well then. I will talk with Professor Pitakos and Professor Stratatu and see to it.
Thank you, sir. And I go back and tell Claire.
Before you go, Professor he looks at you and says, I don't understand how it is that you are able to look into your own studies, look into this whole endeavor that we're resolving now in Mergen, and still take time to look after your fellow classmates, even those who
If
have
you-
been failing.
If you can't help the people that are in your community, you really need to spend time doing so. Pasperon says this.
Or does she do it all? Hmm.
Tired. Some days you're very tired about all of this. Some days you wish you could just go to sleep, but you just can't stop.
I suppose there is some truth in this. The teachings of Pasperon.
Oh no, he's being converted.
Ah.
I suppose that to a degree I too have been overly protective of Zoldur for quite a while. What with him and I both being, you know, what we are.
Yes.
Even though it's only the two of us, it's still a community, after a certain fashion. Maybe I'll look a little bit more into these teachings of Pasperon.
Well, I've got a pamphlet with me.
He furrows his brow and says, I'll do it out of my own accord. Nonetheless,
Oh, okay.
thank you, Mr. Hartbrook.
Oh, you're very welcome, sir.
And he just sits back down in his desk, seemingly a little bit lost in thought. And you go off to tell Claire the good news, I assume.
Yeah.
And with that, we end today's game.
Yay!
Ah.
It was a good session.
Yeah, today's session.
I already took 50 gold out of my shit, but yes.
So you already paid for your
You
tuition.
know, I didn't know we were going to go and do it like in person. Like Mr. Waldak was, well, he's not doing that per se, but yes.
Well,
By the way, guys, I need 26 gold.
I have 27
what?
on me. But do you have silver? We have shit ton of silver.
I do.
Yeah,
I have
we do
22
have
silver, a gold worth of silver.
Well, also, I think the worm has some stuff in it.
I will look in the worm.
Well, nonetheless,
she's-
I've written down here, Vice, that you have already paid for your tuition this period, And I mean, worst case scenario, if everything goes to shit, you maybe don't even need to pay. Who knows?
Huzzah! That's
Nonetheless,
the only thing that's stopping taxes.
No, no,
Universe.
the exams are before the world ends.
Yeah. Alright, let me pay to so I'm over the 50, right?
Apparently.
yeah, 50, 50 gold pieces.
I'm down to 30 then. Method, how much do you need?
I mean,
I-
there is 330 gold pieces in the worm.
Really,
Ah,
I didn't see any in the worm. I'm in the worm, and I was actually going to pull some money
It's
out
in
of
the
it.
academia party, is the worm's actual inventory.
Oh yeah.
Or at least that's the quote-unquote party fund.
Yeah.
I think the worm has the piles of silver in it.
Well, the worm shouldn't technically have anything in it, but oh well.
It has eggs and
No, the eggs were
Copper.
removed. We
Oh,
just
yeah.
didn't clear
oh
it.
yeah, my bad.
A lot of zero quantities.
Yep,
That's what I see.
Oh no, the silver has...
Yeah,
okay, we must have converted it straight into money.
You were looking at the worm's inventory. You should look at the academia party stash.
Okay.
In any
I have
case,
300 gold. What the hell? Damn.
yeah, somehow
That's where we've been putting it.
you've pillaged a lot of stuff from a lot of places, apparently. Well,
I
nonetheless,
mean, we pillaged a house full of silver.
I
where
will
a lot of it came
deduct
from.
50 for my fees if that's okay. From the
That's fine.
sure. Before anything, thank you guys so very much for gaming, playing, and not dying, and also not just pushing casting ball into the abyss. I appreciate it.
I don't think I would have been physically capable of doing it,
Yeah.
which is the actual reason why Nick Knack didn't do it.
You
And
never
not
know.
for any moral reasons he may have pretended.
You can always
That would
just,
have been so fun, honestly.
you can also just bum rush her and go with her into the abyss.
Nick Knack isn't suicidal.
I mean, you could just
He's,
throw Rusty
he's
down
just an asshole.
Wow.
Fair enough, not heroic, I see.
Oh,
Well, in any case,
Rusty has some of my things. Also,
Yeah,
he
but-
was kind of in the bag of holding.
thanks
I
for
know.
thanks for not screwing things up in weird ways, because I was not prepared for combat, which is good.
And why do they need to work for her? She's dead. She can't pay them anymore.
Nonetheless, thank you guys for playing. Thanks everyone over there at the places watching, and this is it for today. Goodbye, everyone.
Boo.
The Twitches?
Goodbye. Goodbye.